Hello there, and welcome to day 2 of the World Rowing Under 23 Championships from Racice in the Czech Republic. This is day 2. We had a wonderful day yesterday. The weather was kind to us yesterday, and against the forecast, best wishes, it looks like it's going to be pretty kind to us again today. The sun has just come out as we go on air to you. It's getting on for 9:30 local time here in the Czech Republic, and it's great to be back in action after all the horrors of 2020 when, of course, all these events were cancelled. So there's extra excitement and anticipation at being here again this year. Some 800 athletes from over 50 countries are competing here in a number of boat classes, and we'll be getting underway, as I say, at about 9:30, starting with the women's 4. We've got 9 boat classes contesting heats. Then we'll have some preliminary races before we move on to the repechage shortly after midday. These are the repechages following on from yesterday's heats. And the final race will be a preliminary race in the women's 8s at around 1:30 local time. So my name's Rob Curling. I'm the English-speaking tower announcer here. Alongside me, it's, what can I say? Dobre rano to Mira Lenz. Dobre rano, Mira?
Absolutely perfect, Rob. Good morning, and thank you very much. Dobré ráno všem divákům a fanouškům z České republiky, ti, kteří se chystají na to, aby společně s námi byli součástí druhého dne mistrovství světa ve veslování kategorie do 23 let. Ohromná událost nejenom v souvislosti s těmi minulými měsíci, ale obecně Labe Arena Račice nabízí 100% profesionální podmínky pro všechny účastníky, veslaře i veslařky. Včera jsme se setkali poprvé, to byl den, který patřil jen a pouze rozjížkám, které budou na programu také dnes od 9. hodiny a 30. minuty. Pokud se podíváme na další program, tak po 12. hodině se podíváme také na to, co nás čeká v rámci oprav až do 13. hodiny a 25. minuty. Krásně si to užijte, druhý den mistrovství světa do 23 let právě začíná.
Děkuji. Is that right?
Děkuji.
It's close. That's thank you in Czech. So we've got just about 5 minutes until racing gets underway. It gives us a chance to catch up with one of the very important officials here at World Rowing, Patrick Rombot, who is the umpiring commission head. Something like that, isn't it, Patrick?
Indeed, I'm the chair of the World Rowing Umpiring Commission since now 20 years. So it means I'm coordinating all activities of the World Rowing and also European Rowing juries.
Yeah. How difficult has it been getting everyone here for this event, bearing in mind all the restrictions around COVID?
Well, 2020 and 2021 were challenging. I must say that unfortunately our non-European colleagues had a lot of difficulties because of cancelled flight and restrictions, and also going back home with the quarantine maybe. So we are restricted here for nearly an exclusive European jury.
Okay, so you are all here now it's just fantastic, isn't it, to get these events back and running. Sadly, we don't have a crowd here yet, but that will change during the course of the year, hopefully. In terms of how you umpire an event, here, have you got umpire launches? Because I know it does tend to vary from event to event, how you actually officiate them.
Yes, we have, certainly, but as we agreed also with the Competitive and Athletes Commission, as we have only 5 minutes interval, we are restricted now to zonal umpiring, which means our boats are not moving, except if it's needed. For the finals, we will have a 10 or more minutes interval. Then we are following each race dynamically.
That's called dynamic umpiring.
Dynamic umpiring.
I like that. And what are you looking for in terms of teams not obeying the rules?
Well, it starts in the boat park, which is a control commission, checking the equipment, checking the weight of the Coxed, checking the weight of the boats. Then we go on the water, traffic rules, of course a start procedure, umpiring itself, that they keep the lane. They have the right to lane, but they have to keep the lane, so we are checking this. And finally, of course, the finish order and the results publication.
You're an important man, because someone's obviously been trying to ring you on your phone, which is quite a long ring, that, isn't it?
Yes, indeed.
Well, Patrick, listen, thank you so much for coming to talk to us. I hope it's a very smooth day today in every sense. The water's looking pretty flat and calm.
It seems so, and we keep fingers crossed that it
Wonderful.
like this.
Patrick, thank you so much for talking to us.
You're welcome.
Terrific. We're almost ready to get racing underway. Let's head up to the tower then and join our commentary team of Jan Hayek and Colleen Saville.
Thank you very much, Rob. I appreciate it. Yes, we're up in the tower, and as you mentioned, it's just an absolutely beautiful morning, perfect conditions, 2 meters per second in terms of the wind, so really negligible. And we're awaiting the start of the under-23 women's straight 4. So we'll head up to the start line in just a moment. I'm joined by Jan Hayek, so you'll hear from him in the local language and Czech just shortly. But we're so delighted to get the first race underway, as you rightly say. An incredible first day of racing yesterday. Very, very exciting heats, a lot of quite close ones, and we expect to see the same this morning. So up then at the start, out of lane 1, closest to the picture, that is Spain, lane 2, Germany, lane 3, Russia, lane 4, Chile, and lane 5, Romania, and of course, last year, the reigning world champions, Russia, at the 2019, 2 years prior, but the last championship in Sarasota, Bradenton in USA.
Yeah, thank you, Colin, for the introduction. Vítám vás na začátku druhého závodního dne mistrovství světa do 23 let. Jmenuji Honza Hayek, jak už mě představila tady Colin. A aktuálně jsme na startu rozjížďky 4 nepárových žen a v dráze číslo 1 se představí loď ze Španělska, dráha číslo 2 loď Německa, dráha číslo 3 ruské reprezentantky, na dráze číslo 4 Chile a na dráze číslo 5 rumunské reprezentantky. Jak už řekla Colin, na dráze číslo 3 jsou reprezentantky Rusky, což jsou mistryně světa z posledního šampionátu do 23 let a právě odstartovali.
And for now, Jan, we have a start underway, don't we? So it's a fast start and a clean start from all of our athletes. Spain very quick off the line, but it looks like Russia just starting to take a little bit of an edge. Of course, trading bow by bow here as we look in the first 250 meters. It's Russia leading just barely, but pretty tightly packed, isn't it?
Yeah, it is quite packed. I think the Chile was really fast at the start. And I think right now they caught a small crab which stopped them in getting to the first position, and it seems like the Russia is now getting that first position. I was actually speaking with Colleen before the race about starting the heat. What does it mean for the competitors often? I mean, the competitors are probably nervous before every race. That's definitely part of the racing. But every competitor feels something special before starting the heat, because you know how fast you are compared to you know the times on the training and compared to other people in your nation, but you don't know how fast are your competitors in this field. So you just start and you know after 500 meters how fast are the others, and then you continue in the repechage and you know something about your competitors.
Yeah, that's right, isn't it? That you learn more as the race progresses and the week certainly progresses. It's Germany now leading at the 500 meter mark. They were first to cross that checkpoint. We have a look then at the 500 meter times. So Germany not necessarily quickest off the line, but able to build speed in the first quarter, and they're now bringing that with them into the second quarter. So it was Germany running first, and then it's over to Chile, who is starting to make a bit of a move on, as you commented. Maybe a little bit of instability in the early goings, but they've managed to find that stride. A nice look then at Germany starting to press away, and we'll keep an eye then as we move towards the 1,000, but it is Germany now leading.
Jsme krátce za třetinou závodu 4 bez kombinace žen a aktuálně na prvním místě se nám posouvá loď Německa, která s každým tempem je aktuálně nejrychleji pohybující se lodí na závodišti, jede zhruba 5 metrů za sekundu a stále odjíždí svým soupeřkám. Na druhém místě aktuálně loď z Chile a na třetím místě loď z Ruska. Pro informaci postupují 2 lodě z této rozdížky do finále A a ostatní lodě se budou bojovat o finále A v opravných jízdách.
Germany continuing to hold then as we approach the halfway point. They're through that 750-meter mark. Continues to be Germany. Chile holding on to that second place position. As we know, it is just top two to advance to final A with the remaining crews to the repechage. So the top two is exactly where you want to be. Germany making it known they'd like to not only advance but win this heat. It's Germany. They were first at the 500. They're now first at the 1,000. Chile running second, and quite the battle happening behind them between Russia and Romania. Perhaps a little bit surprising to see Romania down. There's some great experience in that shell. Romania running third at the 1,000-meter mark as we see, and perhaps starting to make a little bit of a push, but it'll take something special to catch Chile. No doubt about it, though, mid-third 500-meter, just approaching that 750 to go. And look at Germany with the length and swing.
Yeah, they are just continuing building their lead in the first position. The racing is just behind the 1,000-meter mark, and that's the point where you want to speed up a bit, maybe push a bit harder if you want to continue to be in the first position. Jsme zhruba za polovinou, nebo zbývá nám 750 metrů do cíle tohoto závodu a stále na prvním místě je loď Německa, zhruba 3/4 lodi před s reprezentantkami z Chile, který si budují svůj náskok na druhé pozici, tedy té druhé postupové před lodí z Rumunska, která se snaží ještě dotáhnout na loď z Chile.
Germany continues to hold that first place position, but again, just behind them, the race is on for second place. Chile holding second, Romania starting to make a little bit of a push. In fact, they're moving just a touch faster at the moment than the Chilean boat. We'll see if they have it in them as they approach this last stretch of the race to really be able to pass the Chile shell. No doubt about it, though, Germany then coming in through the final 500 meters to go. It's Germany leading, Chile continuing to hold second. Do the Romanians have another gear? It's Romania then running third over to Russia and Spain.
Yeah, look at the Romanians right now. Their rate is 40 strokes per minute. They are speeding up a bit and trying to steal from the Chile their second position. So we are looking for some tight battle probably in the last 250 meters.
And Germany holding, Romania not quite able to break Chile. Again, good experience in that Romanian shell. Andreea Popa with her teammate Dimitra Iunacaria. They just missed the podium at the 2019 under-23s, finishing fourth in the women's 8. They now move into the straight 4, but it's looking like they'll be racing in the repechage. With 250 meters to go, it's Germany continuing to lead. Chile, though, Rob, has had a nice last several hundred meters, some good overlap with that German shell, 250 to go.
Yes, absolutely, Colleen. And of course, Chile very aware of that challenge from the Romanian boat out on lane 5. But I think they're probably going to keep holding them off. They're not really closing the gap on Chile, Romania, for that second qualification spot for that A final. So coming down to the line, it's looking like Germany are going to hold on to that top spot. But the Chilean boat is really still pushing. It's still pushing the Germans for first place. And to get that, well, it gives them an extra edge, doesn't it, if they can pip them here when it comes to the medal event at the weekend. But Germany sense this battle coming in from the Chileans. It's Germany who are going to cross the line first place by just under half a length ahead of Chile. A terrific race from them, and Romania a further length behind them in third.
Velká radost závodnic z Německa, které to nakonec zvládly na první pozici, postupují ale také Čilanky, protože první 2 posádky jdou rovnou do finále, ostatní posádky musí ještě zvládnout svoji pozici, a to konkrétně v opravách. Teď se můžeme podívat na závodnice z Německa, které tedy nakonec zvládly i posledních 250 metrů, které byly rozhodující právě v rozdělení prvního a druhého místa. 6 minut 47 vteřin a 58 setin, takový je první čas, o 1 vteřinu a 15 setin pozadu Čilanky, kterým to ale v tuto chvíli vůbec nemusí vadit, protože také postupují do finále. Rumunky, Rusky a Španělky 3., 4. a 5. místo znamená opravy.
So on to Heat 2, then, of the women's 4, with the Netherlands in lane 1, USA in lane 2. In lane 3, it's Brazil. And lane 4, it's Great Britain. So the first two across the line, as with the previous heat, make it through to the A final. Let's go back to our commentary team of Jan and Colleen. Colleen, I can tell you out there, the conditions are just beautiful. There's barely any breeze to speak of, and it's pretty close. It's pretty warm out there, so great conditions to be rowing in.
Fabulous conditions to be rowing in, and yes, most important of all, of course, is the flat water, which is just so key to having a clean row. Taking a look then across the field, we're now already in the second half of the race, and that's a look then at the splits coming through the 1,000. So it's a good look for the USA and Great Britain running second. The USA, some good pedigree in that boat. Kelsey McGinley, Stanford graduate. Teal Cohen just finished her senior year at Washington, rode a 2-seat in the varsity 8 that took bronze at the NCAA behind Texas. So coming through with 750 meters to go continues to be the USA, but looking over at the Great Britain shell, definitely sticking right with them with good overlap beyond, moving through the last 750.
Sledujeme posledních 750 metrů závodu druhé rozjížďky 4 nepárových žen a aktuálně na prvních pozicích se pohybuje loď z Spojených států amerických a Velké Británie. To jsou 2 lodě, které aktuálně drží 2 postupové pozice pro finále a s lehkým odstupem je tam posádka z Nizozemska a Brazílie. Posádky už se dostávají do posledních 500 metrů a zdá se, že tyto 2 posádky si dojedou pro postupová místa. So we are approaching the last 500 meters and still in the first position is a crew from the United States of America and the British crew in the second.
Less than 500 meters to go. It continues to be the U.S. holding on to that top position, moving at almost the exact same speed as Great Britain. So kind of going side by side then as they move into the final few hundred meters. Great talent in the GB boat as well. Holly Dunford also rode at the University of Washington and in the same 8 that took bronze at the NCAA with teammate Teal Cohen in the USA 4. So we have some teammates also rowing side by side in the university setting. The USA, though, takes it up a bit. US now at about 36-37 as they move towards the last stretch and towards the final 250 meters.
Yeah, still not a change at the front of the race, and racing crews are slowly approaching the last 250 meters. Rob, it's up to you now.
Thank you very much indeed, Jan. Yes, it's pretty set now, I think, this race, isn't it? It's going to be USA and Great Britain who qualify directly for the A final at the weekend. Just too much of a gap now, I think, between Great Britain in second and Brazil in third, with the Netherlands coming home in fourth.
Druhá jízda 4 bez kormidelníka kategorie žen, 5 minut interval mezi jednotlivými jízdami. V tuto chvíli tedy sledujeme už dojezd a poslední desítky metrů. Američanky jsou zatím na tom nejlépe, protože na posledním mezičase vedly o vteřinu a 5 desetin. Je to ale těsný souboj také se závodnicemi z Velké Británie. Společně tedy sledujeme souboj o první a druhé místo, které znamená jistý postup do finále a tady je to jasně ložené. Závodnice ze Spojených států a Velké Británie postupují do finále této kategorie.
So USA crossed the line in first place, looking very comfortable indeed, with Great Britain just over a length behind in second. So Colleen's happy, I'm happy. They are through, Great Britain and USA, to join Germany and Chile in the A final at the weekend. These remaining crews now coming across the line will have another chance to qualify for that final when they go in the repechage.
A teď už dojeli také Brazilky, Spojené státy, Velká Británie, Nizozemsko, Brazílie. Takové je tedy pořadí této druhé jízdy.
So a change of boat class. We have 3 heats now in the women's double sculls. 15 crews contesting semi-final spots here. And in heat 1, lane 1, it's Greece in lane 2, Slovakia. Hungary are in lane 3 with Argentina in lane 4. And Romania are taking up lane 5. Let's head back then to Jan and Colleen.
Thank you very much, Rob. You join us just at about the 800-meter mark, and what we can tell you so far is that Greece, and of course, as you can see now on your picture, had just a wonderful first 500 meters. They got to that checkpoint first by a good second or so, second and a half. Then it's over to Romania running second at that 500-meter mark, then Slovakia, Argentina, and Hungary. So a lot of smooth, powerful rowing coming from Greece out of lane 1. That really working for them then as they move towards that halfway point and now into the second half.
Sledujeme polovinu závodu dvojsky fužen. První rozjížky, aktuálně na prvním místě, jsou reprezentantky z Řecka. Jedná se o poměrně mladé reprezentantky, obou je 19 let, a je to pro ně tedy první závod na mistrovství světa nebo Evropy do 23 let. Na druhé pozici jsou aktuálně reprezentantky Rumunska a na třetím místě aktuálně veslařky ze Slovenska, Kolmajer Emma a Zrutová Viktorie, které jsou aktuálně na postupové pozici. Třetí místo by jim zajistilo postup do semifinále AB. Ostatní posádky budou muset bojovat do semifinále v opravných jízdách.
Greece at about 32 strokes per minute, so a little bit, in fact, the lowest across the full field. Able to get that length, able to get that rhythm, just working nicely for them into the third quarter. We have seen, we've seen Evangelika Fragku. We saw her earlier not earlier this season, but last at the 2019 Junior World Championship, where she finished 6th in the A final in the junior women's double. So great to see her in this boat class again, and her boatmate making her international debut. And this has got to feel pretty good for them, Jan, as they move through this third 500 towards the 500-meter mark, knowing with 3 to advance to semifinal A, they've certainly secured a spot, haven't they?
Yeah, it seems like at the top there won't be much change in the position between the Greece and Romania. But we are looking forward for the fight for the third place. Right now it's the Slovakia and the Hungary fighting for the third spot that would gain them the spot in the semi-final. And I think it would be great for Slovakian to get this position. Also a young crew that is combining for the first time in the European or World Championship. So a lot of experience for the Slovakian crew.
Yeah, and as we look then at times coming through, 500 meters to go, Greece, Romania, and Hungary holding on to those 3 qualifying positions. So as you rightly say, on the question then becomes, does Slovakia have another gear to pass them as we move into this final crucial stretch? So I think we can expect quite a sprint, I'm sure, from Hungary and Slovakia. This is the moment where you might even consider, when you think about race strategy, sprinting early. You know that it's just 3 crews to that semi-final A, B, and while there is a repechage, so a second chance to get into the A final, of course the strategy is to be able to skip that race if you can. No doubt about it though, Greece knows that they'll be able to skip that race indeed. They've kicked the stroke rate up a couple of beats now, executing, I'm sure, on their sprint plan as they come through this final stretch. It's Greece, Slovakia then moving into second, with Hungary running third.
Yeah, and we are in the last 200 meters of the race, so I think from the tower they have the better view on this race. Rob?
Thank you very much, Jan. Yes, Greece looking so impressive, aren't they, as they come down here. They've held the front of this race all the way down the course. It's definitely going to be theirs. It looks like Hungary and Romania taking the other 2 direct qualification spots.
Řecké mistryně světa v juniorské kategorii z roku 2019 jsou také na tom nejlépe, co se týká této jízdy, a jedou si pro první pozici. Bylo to tak vidět také na posledním mezičase. Musíme ale sledovat také Rumunky, které si vedou velmi dobře. První, druhé a třetí místo postupuje do semifinále, tak jak to bude vypadat v tom těsném dojezdu. Řekyně nakonec na první pozici, Rumunky jako druhé.
Yeah, so it's Greece across in first place. Romania takes second, but who's going to take this all-important third direct qualification spot for the semi-finals? It goes the way of Argentina. That is a superb race from them. They've overtaken the Hungarians in the final few meters. Argentina join Greece and Romania straight through into that semi-final. Hungary will have to look at themselves as they go again in the repechage along with Slovakia.
Závodnice z Řecka, Rumunska a Argentíny tedy postupují do finále. Takhle to bylo jasně ložené, pokud se podíváme také na rozdíly jednotlivých dvojic. My už se dostáváme ale k další části.
Second heat of the women's double sculls underway, with the USA taking up lane 1 alongside Germany in lane 2. In lane 3, it's Lithuania, Belarus in lane 4, Belgium in lane 5. Pretty thrilling finish, that one, Colleen. I wonder if we can expect similar in this one.
Rob, it was incredible. Just such an upset, right, in the last 500 meters, which just tells us, emphasizes again, anything can happen in these heats, and truly the full race is 2,000 meters. So down to the final strokes, truly it was a great result for Argentina. But for now, we have a look then, and it's Germany. Not surprising, perhaps. They've had a great regatta thus far. We saw a lot of wins yesterday in the heats from Germany, Team Germany, and they're just making it known here in the first 1,000 meters of this race. They've got a lot of power to give. Nice, long, 35 strokes per minute. So it's Germany running first, and then over to Belarus running second, with 3 to advance to semifinal A, B. Belgium looking like a strong contender, but Lithuania right on their tail.
Máme zhruba za svou první třetinu závodu druhé rozjížďky dvojskifu žen. Aktuálně na první pozici vidíme loď Německa, která společně teď na ní dojíždí pomalu loď z Běloruska s reprezentantkami, kde na háčku sedí Repechage, která tady v Račicích v roce 2018 má zkušenosti s závodím na dvojskifu. Vybojovala zde 4. místo, takže je velmi obeznámena s místním závodištěm. A aktuálně svádí se boj o to 3. postupové místo mezi lodí Belgie a Litvy.
And now coming through the halfway point and through the 1,000, we have a look at times. Germany continuing to hold that first place position. Belarus holding second, and it was Belgium to cross third through the 1,000 meter mark. Then Lithuania followed by the USA. So again, Germany just strong, powerful, long stroke. But as we can see, Belarus staying right with them out of lane 4. Belarus at about 35 strokes per minute as well. Great power out of both of these shells, and then over to Lithuania running third. So I think, Rob, to answer your original question, it's starting to get pretty tightly packed, and we can expect a great finish here, but a nice look then as they come through the third quarter.
Yeah, the German crew looks quite comfortable in a first position. With moving together with the Belarus, both crews quite long stroke. And in the third position currently is taking this slightly lead ahead of the Lithuania and the Belgian crew, which is right now 2 boat lengths ahead of the Lithuanians that are currently at 4th position.
Yeah, that's right. So a nice look then at our top 3 leaders. Margins pretty consistent over the last several hundred meters between Germany and Belarus. So they're quite comfortable. They know, again, that this is a heat, this is a qualifying race. So they'll do exactly what they need to do to qualify and to feel good about that. But probably not too much more. That rhythm, it's been really consistent for the Germans. Nice, clean blade work, a lot of swing into the bow. And now as they come through 500 meters to go, we'll get a sense of times in just a moment. It continues to be Germany, then Belarus, and then over to Belgium running third, 500 to go.
Yeah, if we look at the times comparing with the heat before, we see the quite similar times. At the 1,000 meter mark, the Germany had the 3 minutes and 32 seconds. The heat before, the Greece crew had 3 minutes and 32 seconds. So it's quite similar speed for both 2 heats, and the Germany is still continuing in the lead of this race.
Yeah, nice look at them then as they approach that final 250 meter mark. I'm sure keeping an eye out for the red buoy zone. So it's Germany. They led from the beginning. They built speed through the first half and now into the second half, well into the last quarter of the race. They've managed to get a little bit more water over Belarus, and it's 250 meters to go, Rob. It's looking good for Germany, for Belarus, and for Belgium, isn't it?
Yeah, pretty much. I think Lithuania will continue to challenge in that fourth spot, with the USA coming up slightly behind them. But maybe these places are set, but, well, look what happened in the previous heat.
Hodně silná jízda, jen Američanky čekají na výrazný úspěch, pokud se podíváme do historie jak juniorské kategorie, tak také kategorie do 23 let. Němky jsou čtvrté na juniorském mistrovství světa z roku 2019 a v tuto chvíli drží první pozici. Pojďme se podívat také na Bělorusky, které jsou aktuálně na druhém místě. Tady platí jasný klíč, první, druhé a třetí místo postupuje do semifinále světového šampionátu.
Yes, Germany comfortably coming home to win this second heat of the women's double sculls. It's a very comfortable win for them by 2.5 boat lengths ahead of the boat in lane 4, which is Belarus. And it looks to me like Belgium are going to hang on to that third qualification spot for the AB semi-finals on Saturday. The remaining crews will contest the repechage for a second opportunity to qualify on Friday morning.
4 posádky v tuto chvíli už v cílové rovince, počkáme si ještě na kompletní obsazení, to znamená Američanky, které ještě nestartovaly na velké akci, jinak co se týká prvního, druhého, třetího i čtvrtého místa, tak to už jsou velké úspěchy. Američanky těsně pod hranicí dalších desítek vteřin, které ale nakonec nestratily, je to v pořádku, jsou v cíli a my potvrzujeme, Němky, Bělorusky a Belgičanky postupují do semifinále.
Heat 3 underway in the women's double sculls, with Canada taking up lane 1 alongside Italy in lane 2, Switzerland in lane 3, the Netherlands in 4, Great Britain in lane 5. And Colin, before you take this one on, just a quick question about that previous race. I wonder, are you at all surprised by the how far behind or how far back America were crossing the line just then?
No, I think they're a young crew, so I think there's some youth in the U23 event for sure, and there's some variance there, right? So I think you'll be happy though, Rob, to hear that Great Britain is up at the front at the race that we're currently in. So I see a thumbs up over in the studio here from Rob across the way, and yes, as we can see now at the halfway point, it is GB. The Great Britain fans will be happy to see that, who have crossed the line first. They got there first to the 500-meter checkpoint. They were first to the 1,000, and they're continuing to hold just like the prior heat. It is 3 to advance through. And so we have a look then who's running second and third. Well, at the 1,000, it was the Netherlands and Italy, so quite the battle happening there. They're quite close to each other. And then running fourth, Switzerland, doing everything they can to put themselves in that qualifying position. A nice look then at Great Britain and the Netherlands as we come through 750 to go, with the Italians falling a little bit off the pace now out of lane 2, the Italians then running third.
Třeba posledních 750 metrů před cílem poslední rozjížďky dvojsky Fusion, aktuálně na první pozici loď z Velké Británie, a na druhé pozici stále tedy postupující loď Nizozemska. Třetí pozici aktuálně s velkým náskokem drží loď Itálie, kterou sledujeme teď v dráze číslo 2. Na závodě jsou zde poměrně luxusní, bych řekl, podmínky, nefouká zde příliš a je zde tedy nejsou žádné dráhy nějak zvýhodněny během dnešního dopoledne. So we are approaching almost last 500 meters. How do you think the last meters will finish, the Colin? It seems like the Netherlands are slowly getting to the Repechage crew.
Yeah, 500 meters to go, and I have to give credit to the Netherlands indeed. They're moving just a little bit faster than Great Britain at the moment, but they also are rowing at a few beats higher, so the Netherlands up at about 37, GB at a long 34. Again, we know it's 3 to qualify, so at this point, these sort of battles happening up in the front, it's just pride on the line, so you want to be on the right side of the finish line, the first across if you can. So just a beautiful shot there then of these two crews having a bit of fun in these last few hundred meters. The Netherlands then puts their bow ahead of GB. So the Netherlands running first. It's Great Britain running second. Then over to that third qualifying position continues to be the Italians. So they've lost a little bit of speed, but still holding on to the coveted third. And look at the Netherlands go, Rob, in the final 250 meters. I mean, this must be tough tough for you to watch. The Netherlands goes right by GB.
Not at all. Enjoying every minute of it. GB are just hanging in there. They know they're going to get through to the AB semi-finals along with the Dutch crew there. But I agree with you. Dutch looking very impressive, very comfortable, very strong. Great Britain moving up though, but they do look like they're certain to qualify. Italy fairly strong as well for that third spot.
Dvojsky v žen, poslední třetí rozjížďka a my sledujeme tedy souboj o první, druhé a třetí místo, které pošle jednotlivé dámy až do semifinále mistrovství světa kategorie do 23 let, které dál můžeme sledovat. Rozjížďky budou pokračovat i v dalších disciplínách, teď se ale soustřeďme společně na dojezd a dobře si kamery hlídají a hledají číslo 4, protože to jsou Nizozemky, které jedou výborným způsobem. Sledujeme ale také Britky, dvojice, kterým neunikne souboj semifinále mistrovství světa.
Yes, it's the Netherlands who come across in first place, a length and a quarter ahead of Great Britain in second, with Italy qualifying for Saturday's semi-finals in third place. The remaining crews will be given another chance in tomorrow morning's repechage.
Nizozemky hodně přitlačily na pilu v poslední 250 a dostali se na první místo této poslední rozjížďky. Na druhé pozici Velká Británie, Italky také postupují do semifinále, které bude Ačkové a Bčkové. Do oprav pak musí Kanaďanky a Švýcarky, které dojely před několika vteřinami.
We now move into the men's double sculls. 4 heats here with 21 nations contesting one automatic spot from each heat into the semi-finals. And in this first heat, Serbia are in lane 1 with Norway in lane 2. Russia take up lane 3, Italy in 4, Moldova in 5, and Belarus in lane 6. So that's the way they're lining up on this one. Can expect a little bit of speed and interesting to see actually what sort of times we're getting in these conditions, Colleen.
Yeah, nice times for sure. No doubt about it. And these almost perfect conditions here this morning in terms of both wind, temperature, all the right things that you'd like, especially in a sculling shell. Now we have a look then at the first 500 meters of the men's double sculls that is well underway. And I have to say, as we look at the final 500 meters, I have to say credit to Belarus, who wasn't necessarily fastest off the line. That was Italy in the first 1,000, but Belarus able to push themselves into that first place position. So 3 to qualify at the 500 to go: Belarus, Russia, Italy.
Sorry, Carolina, I have to say that only one crew goes to the semi-final. It's really tough proposition to semi-finals. So fight only for the first position. Right now, the Belarus is holding this position quite clearly ahead of the rest of the field. Rob, we're in the last 250 meters.
Well, that crept up on us, didn't it? Yeah, Belarus looking very good here, and as you rightly say, Jan, with just that one semi-final spot, winning this race is all important. Belarus holding on to it nicely. A good 2 3/4 seconds ahead of Russia, with Italy a little bit further back in third.
Hodně tvrdé kvalifikační podmínky, co se týká postupu do semifinále, je právě u dvojskyfů mužů. Budeme sledovat postupně 4 jízdy, 4 rozjížďky. Pouze jedna nejrychlejší dvojice postoupí do semifinále automaticky, ostatní musí do oprav. Sledujeme běloruskou dvojici, která jede výjimečným způsobem a na posledním mezičase vládli startovnímu poli o 2 vteřiny a 3 desetiny. Kdo bude na 2. a 3. místě? Ruská dvojice, Italové jedou také skvěle. Takhle by to mohlo vypadat také v cíli této první.
Yeah, it's a clear win by 2 or 3 lengths there for the Belarus crew. Coming home in first place, a direct qualification for them to Saturday's AB semi-finals. And the remaining crews will contest tomorrow's repechage.
Bělorusko potvrzeno na první pozici za 6 minut 25 vteřin a 26 setin s výrazným rozdílem 5 vteřin. Ruská dvojice na 2. místě, Italové jako 3. a tak dále. Teď můžeme vidět také na velkoplošné obrazovce a na tom, co vidí také diváci a fanoušky, tak abychom jasně potvrdili, že jen a pouze první místo postupuje do semifinále.
6:25.26, the winning time there. So not really contesting any particularly fast times, but it's all about qualification in these heats as we look at heat 2 of 4 of the men's double sculls here, with Greece getting off to a really strong pace there in lane 1. Germany taking up lane 2. In lane 3, it's Sweden, Romania in 4, Great Britain take up lane 5. Colleen.
Thank you very much, Rob. Yes, it is Greece. We have just a nice picture then there, bow number 1. Greece leading. They were first to cross through the 500-meter point. Is looking like they'll be first to cross through that 1,000-meter mark. And as Jan rightly said at the end of Heat 1, it is just one to qualify. I think I want to will more of them into the A final. But indeed, it is quite cutthroat, isn't it? So it's just one to advance with the remaining crews to the repechage. So very important, of course, to get out ahead in these sculling races that don't have a coxswain to help kind of let them know where they are relative to the rest of the field, be able to see the field behind you and sort of dictate from that position. That's exactly what Greece has done. Great experience in this shell for both of these athletes across their junior years, their U23 years, and so perhaps not surprising to see them ahead. It is Greece into the third quarter.
Po dvojskify žen tady aktuálně sledujeme dvojskify mužů. A aktuálně je na závodě již druhá rozjížďka a zbývá jim téměř posledních 750 metrů do cíle. A řecká dvojce Stegajkos a Palaipanos jsou aktuálně na té první postupové pozici, jak už Míra Lenz kolega připomněl, pouze první posádka jde přímo do semifinále A, B a ostatní posádky jdou do oprav. Což asi z aktuálního pohledu bude lehce zklamání pro německou posádku, která by mohla být jednou z favorizovaných posádek v tomto šampionátu.
And now moving towards the last stretch of this race, towards the final quarter, continues to be Greece. Again, they got out early at 500 meters. They held the advantage. They took that through the 1,000, and they've been able to hold onto this rhythm all the way through. They are at about 35 strokes per minute, so moving at about the same speed as Germany, although Germany a couple beats higher than them. So Greece really doing it with power as they move through the final 500 meters. Palaipanos in the stroke seat of the Greek shell. Again, good experience. He seems to generally row the pair, but he switched to the double for this event. We saw him in 2019 at the U23s where he took bronze in the men's pair, but again, he's moved over to the double, and that seems to be working for him as we approach the final 250.
Yeah, look at the Germans. They're trying to do the most they can to get that first spot that would guarantee them the semi-final A-B. They doesn't seem pretty comfortable in the second position, so they're fighting with every stroke, trying to get to the Greece crew.
And 250 meters to go. It's looking really nice for Greece. Rob, what do you think about the Germans? That's a bit of water, isn't it, for the final 250 to make up?
Yeah, it looks a lot now, doesn't it? It's a couple of lengths there. I thought they were going to put on a real spurt, a real charge here. They may feel they just want to conserve energy and make do with going into the repechage rather than going hell for leather here to qualify directly. But it looks like that direct qualification spot is going to go to the Greek boat.
Německý dvojskiv byl letos na prvním světovém poháru na 7. místě, tentokrát ale nestačí řeckým závodníkům, letos 22letým borcům a reprezentantům své země, kteří si jedou pro první místo a pro ten jediný samostatný postup do semifinále dvojskivu mužů. Počkáme si ale ještě na poslední desítky metrů, tak abychom to mohli definitivně stvrdit. Je to ale jasné, Řekové postupují do semifinále.
Greece coming up to take the hooter. There they go, in first place, and just a length and a quarter ahead of the Germans, who, credit to them, putting on quite a spurt for that final finish. They knew they weren't going to qualify, but they kept that challenge going right down to the end. So it's Greece who'll go through automatically to Saturday's AB semi-final. The remaining crews will contest the repechage tomorrow.
Pohledem jistá jízda, protože závodníci Řecka vedli na prvním, druhém i třetím mezičase a nakonec dotáhli svoji jízdu až do konce s čistým štítem a s prvním místem. Postupují tak do semifinále. Německá, britská, rumunská a švédská posádka musí do oprav.
Heat 3 of the men's double sculls. 5 crews contesting that one direct qualification spot for the semi-finals on Saturday. Will it be Switzerland from lane 1, Hungary in 2, Estonia in 3, Slovakia in lane 4, or the French boat out in lane 5? And Colleen, I liked the way that German boat kept that challenge going, even though they knew that they weren't going to qualify. They kept on pushing the Greek boat all the way to the line.
Yeah, it's fantastic, isn't it? Again, I think a testament to Germany's performance on both the men's and the women's side. As mentioned earlier, we saw great racing from them yesterday, and we've seen that again this morning. But for now, the Swiss fans will be delighted that as we pick up this race at just about the halfway point, it is the Swiss men's double sculls. That's Kai Schalze and Tim Roth who have taken the lead early on. They've held it through the 1,000, and as we know, it's just one to semifinal A, B. Now, we saw this combination at World Cup 2 where they finished 13th overall. Of course, in that instance, they're racing up a class in terms of age, and so they've made sure that they've gotten good experience, and we've seen them over the years in various under-23s and junior events. They'll be looking to advance their standing at this regatta, no doubt, but first thing on the list is to get to the semifinal A, B and to skip the repechage.
Opět máme před sebou zhruba posledních 800 metrů třetí rozjížďky mužů, dvojskifu. Česká republika nenasadila posádku do tohoto závodu, ale máme zde kolegy ze Slovenska. Oba dva jsou poměrně mladí závodníci, 19-18 let, a pro ně je to premiéra na mistrovství světa. Sbírají tady zkušenosti a nevedou si vůbec špatně. V první polovinu trati dojeli na zhruba 4., 5. místě, teď se lehce propadají, ale sbírají důležité zkušenosti do dalších let. Na prvním místě tedy na postupové je aktuálně posádka ze Švýcarska, na druhém místě francouzská posádka, která pokud zůstane na tomto místě, bude muset do oprav.
So these athletes now mid-third 500, they'll be looking for that 500 meter to go mark. It continues to be the Swiss. We can just see a nice solid stroke for them. They're up at about 35 strokes per minute, and indeed they're moving the fastest on the course across all of the competition. So Rob, to your point earlier, they're making sure, right, that none of the other competitors are able to press into them, and probably just having a bit of fun executing their race plan, knowing that they're going to have a great semi-final. And so as we move into the final 500 meters to go, it continues to be Switzerland, and looking across the board, we'll have times in just a moment, but it would be France to be their nearest threat, but it would take something special, I'm afraid, from the French at this point to catch them. So 500 meters to go, Switzerland leads 1 to semi-final A, B.
Yeah, look at the French. They are still charging and trying to be in that first position. Doesn't want to give it for free to Swiss. French are together for 2 years. They have been in the junior championship in 2019, and they are now approaching the last 200 meters of this race, Rob.
Thank you very much, Jan. Yes, looking very comfortable for the Swiss boat here. A good distance between them and France in second place. You wonder how much France will go for it here now. We saw Germany in the previous heat push the Greek boat all the way, but are France going to try that, do you think? I don't know. Let's have a look.
Švýcarský dvojskiv, který zatím je stále na první pozici. Francouzi jedou skutečně dobře, Švýcaři ale zvládli první polovinu tratě. Jsou to 13 muži světového poháru číslo 1 z letošního mistrovství, respektive světového poháru a letošního porovnávání sil. Teď jsou to právě oni, kteří si zapíší první místo a postup do mistrovství světa do 23 let právě této disciplíny.
Yeah, it's a good win for Switzerland with France a couple of lengths further behind on the other side of the lake, sort of bookending the remaining crews coming through now to pick up those repechage spots. So just to confirm, Switzerland crossing the line in first place ahead of France. It's Switzerland who qualified directly for Saturday's semi-final.
Velmi dobrá závěrečná 500 od Francouzů, kteří 2 roky zpátky obsadili na juniorském mistrovství světa 4. místo těsně pod stupní vítězů. Nakonec to ale nestačilo na postup a budou muset do oprav stejně jako Estonci, Maďaři a závodníci reprezentující Slovensko. Na závěr tedy dodám a potvrdím, že švýcarská dvojice dvojskiv mužů postupuje do semifinále mistrovství světa kategorie do 23 let za 6 minut 28 vteřin a 18 setin.
Fourth and final heat of the men's double sculls is underway with that last semi-final spot up for grabs by the winning crew. First across the line, who will it be? Canada getting off to a terrific start in lane 1. Denmark alongside them in lane 2. In third, it's the USA with Croatia in lane 4, Spain in lane 5. It's clouding over a little bit here, but conditions still lovely out there and gentle. And Colin, I love your sense that some of the crews might be having some fun out there. You must ask Jan just how much fun it is. Yes. 2,000 meters on water.
Yeah, Jan, how fun is a 2K out there? Our local Czech rower.
Yeah, it's well, we are in the middle of the race now. It's getting really tough, and you're feeling really tired right now, and have to go and like gear up right now. And the people that know this course, they can check that there is just before the 1,000 meter mark, there is a small bridge, so it can help you if you want to have some advantage before 1,000 meter mark. So you can speed up a bit before this mark and try to make a small distance or do a small gap before your competitors.
Well, we look then at what's happening in this race, past that 1,000 meter mark now, well into the third quarter, and it continues to be Spain. They've been so impressive, quick off the line, first to the 500 meter mark. They were first to the 1,000 meter mark. It's 1 to semifinal A, B. So again, you see just that full advantage over the rest of the field. The USA out of lane 3, well, they were second to get to the 1,000 meter mark, but definitely being pressed by the Croatians. In fact, the USA and Croatia having a bit of a battle in lane 3 for the USA, Croatia lane 4, and we can just see a beautiful shot there of that happening exactly. But Spain, a lot of power then as they move through towards the last 500 meters. It's Spain at 36 strokes per minute, just shy of the 5 to go.
Druhý most na trati nám naznačuje, že už se blížíme do poslední 500, poslední rozjížky dvojskifu mužů. Aktuálně na prvním místě, tedy postupovém, je loď Španělska, která si buduje postupný náskok na ostatní lodě, které má zhruba aktuálně náskok 3 lodí, kde v závěsu je aktuálně na druhém místě loď ze Spojených států amerických. So the first place for Spain and the second place for USA, Colin.
Yeah, USA holding on to that second place, that's right. They're certainly being pushed by the Croatians, as we can see, but the USA able to hold on to that point. That's a look then at Simon Hatcher of the USA in the bow seat, who rows at Brown University, stroked by Nelson Thomas, coached by John Graves, an elite rower in the American system, so he'll be happy to see this. The Americans continuing to hold off Croatia, but Spain, a lot of power, clean rowing. Spain at about 35 strokes per minute, so not needing to use the stroke rate, of course, to have that advantage. And as they come through the red buoy zone, it's a good look for Spain, but quite a battle behind them, Rob. They'll need to look out. Sometimes it can get a bit competitive behind them and really push that first place leader. So running out of water, though, I'm afraid.
Yeah, it's possibly a little too late for the others, but it's a nice close race, this one. Everyone is still challenging. Spain still holding on to that front slot, though.
Rozhodně nejvyrovnanější jízda, čtvrtá rozjížka, kde se ale také bojuje jen a pouze o jedno místo, frekvence záběru, která je hodně vysoká u Chorvatů. Jak na tom budou Španělé, kteří vedli po celou jízdu, v tuto chvíli ale musí odrážet útoky svých pronásledovatelů. Španělé ale jedou velmi dobře, pokud se podíváme, jak to ale vypadá v porovnání s dalšími, tak tohle to bude těsný dojezd, nejenom o první, ale také o následné pozice ve čtvrté rozjížce dvojskifu mužů.
Yeah, it's Spain across the line in first place and then very close for second and third, but it's Spain obviously who are the sole qualifiers. Denmark taking that second slot, great row for them, and Croatia taking third spot. And Denmark, Croatia, USA and Canada will be contesting the repechage.
Minimální rozdíly na dalších místech jsou samozřejmě spíše porovnáním do oprav a proto, jakým způsobem by mohli zaútočit v opravách dvojice, co se týká další části mistrovství světa. Španělé ale postupují, pohlídali si tedy i poslední 200 a nebudou chybět v semifinále poslední jízdy a tedy jsou ti, kteří postupují ve dvojskifu mužů.
We now move into the lightweight women's single sculls. We've got 3 heats here, 18 athletes in all, going for 2 semi-final spots out of each one of these heats. So in heat 1 in lane 1, it is the USA with Bridget Kennedy, Alexandra Fomina of Russia in lane 2, Olha Sheverina of Ukraine in 3. From Ireland, it's Claudina Nolan in lane 4, Femke van der Vliet in lane 5 for the Netherlands, Eline Roll of Switzerland in lane 6. Colleen, it's all yours.
Thank you very much, Rob. 750 meters down, and you can see just how tightly packed this field is. Ireland leading. They led at 500 meters down. That's Nolan of Ireland, and she's continuing to hold that advantage, but ever so close, as you can see around her. And as it so often is the case in the lightweight events, that's what makes them such a pleasure to watch. All things considered, these athletes are, of course, different heights, but are generally of nearly the same size, with maybe a little bit of variance. And in fact, as I say that, our Irish sculler no longer leads. It's Russia taking the lead, but a beautiful shot here of all of those bows.
Máme před sebou 3 rozjížďky žen lehkých vah. Celkem se nám v tomto závodě představí 18 závodnic. A v první jízdě je na dráze číslo 1 loď Ameriky, dráha číslo 2 Rusko, dráha číslo 3 Ukrajina, dráha číslo 4 Irsko, na 5. dráze Nizozemsko a na 6. dráze reprezentantka Švýcarska. Po polovině trati je aktuálně na prvním místě reprezentantka Ruska, Alexandra Fomina, ale jak už zde Colleen říkala, tento závod je velmi vyrovnaný mezi 4 závodnicemi, reprezentkami Ruska, Irska, Nizozemska a Švýcarska. Určitě bojuje se zde o 2 postupová místa do semifinále a aktuálně se odpoutává ruská závodnice a 3 další závodnice v dráhách číslo 4, 5, 6. Teď tam můžeme vidět ty špičky těch lodí. Budou bojovat o to 2. postupové místo. First 2 go straight to the semifinal AB. Seems like the Russian sculler is in the first position right now, quite comfortable, but we are looking forward for the battle for the second place.
Yeah, Alexandra Fomina of Russia, that's right. She's moved from 4th place into 1st place. We did see, of course, how tightly packed it was up at the front, but she's now leading this race, and indeed it is 2 to advance in this progression. So there's 2 spots on the line. It's Russia holding that coveted 1st place position, and then over to the Netherlands, currently running 2nd. Ireland keeping themselves right in it, Switzerland as well. So nice shot of all of these athletes. And then on the right side of your picture, the American sculler, that's Bridget Kennedy, coached by Linda Muri. But out in front, no doubt about it, Fomina of Russia. The battle's on, though, Jan, for 2nd. But it's looking good as we kind of scan the fields, I believe, for the Netherlands.
Yeah, this will be tight till the end of the race. All those scullers from Ireland, Netherlands, Switzerland right now battling for the 2nd position. They know each other from the World Rowing Championship in 2019. They raced against each other in the lightweight women double sculls. The first one that year was a Swiss sculler, 2nd one was Netherlands, 4th one was Ireland. So we see the ongoing battle between those scullers looking amazing. Now even the sculler from the USA is closing the gap on those 3 scullers fighting for the 2nd position.
Yeah, Bridget Kennedy kicks it up to 37 strokes per minute, doing everything she can to keep that gap as tight as possible. But as we look at times across the 500-meter point, it continues to be Russia holding that 1st place position, the Netherlands holding 2nd. There's a look at the Russian sculler, Alexandra Fomina, who made a nice move through the 1,000, built some speed in the 3rd quarter, and is looking to carry that all the way through to the line. With 2 to advance, the real battle then happening just behind her, but it continues to be the Netherlands. That's Femke van der Vliet, and then a nice look here at the back of the Russian sculler. So it's looking like those 2 are on their way to advance as they look towards the final 250 meters. We've seen some surprising finishes. I think Switzerland not to be left behind, taking it up to about 34, 35 strokes per minute. Ireland, we know that they've got a good sprint in them across all boat classes as well. So Rob, what do you think? It's looking like Russia, but is it safe for the Netherlands quite yet?
Well, I'm not sure it's totally safe, but what an impressive row from her, though. Femke van der Vliet of the Netherlands coming through from fourth spot at 1,000 metres. Now challenging for first place, but as long as she can hang on to that second spot, she makes that direct qualification through to the AB semi-final.
Alessandra Fominová z Ruska jela nejlépe po celou dobu tratě po prvních 1500 metrů a zatím stále drží první pozici. Skiv lehkých vah mezi ženami a tady platí jasné pravidlo postupu do semifinále, tedy postupuje první a druhé místo a bude to ruská reprezentantka. Výborně si vede také Nizozemka Femke van der Vliet, která je na druhém místě.
Yeah, so through in first spot it is the USA, and let's see that in second it is indeed Van der Vliet of the Netherlands getting that second qualification spot. That's a brilliant row from her, very tight between Ireland over in lane 4 and Kennedy of the USA here in lane 1. But just to confirm then, it's Alexandra Fomina of Russia in first place, Femke van der Vliet of the Netherlands in second. Those are the two crews who will go through directly to the semi-finals.
Mezitím, co dojíždí také reprezentantka Ukrajiny, můžeme potvrdit, že ruská a nizozemská závodnice postupuje do semifinále světového šampionátu kategorie do 23 let. Co se týká Irky, která jela velmi dobře poslední část, tak nakonec ztratila na postup 1 vteřinu a 8 desetin. Tedy Rusko a Nizozemsko může v tuto chvíli slavit.
Second heat of the lightweight women's single sculls underway with Sinkova of the Czech Republic in lane 1. In lane 2 from Austria, Lara Tiefenthaler. In lane 3 from Italy, Silvia Crosio. In lane 4 from France, Marion Chagno. In lane 5 from Belarus, Alexander Kirikovic. And from Denmark in lane 6, Christine Sondergaard Hansen. So again, first two across the line make that direct progression into the AB semi-finals. What can we expect in this one, Colleen? I wonder.
I think we can expect quite a race already. It's underway. So Italy has been leading at the 500-meter mark, and we have a nice shot of Silvia Crosio, the Italian sculler, led through the 1,000 as well. But holding that second qualifying position currently is Austria. So Lara Tiefenthaler of Austria moved from third place at the 500 into second place at the 1,000-meter mark, which put Belarus into third. So taking a look across the board, again, we know that it's just two to advance to semifinal A, B. They're now into the second half of the race, Italy leading, and then a look over, it's Austria holding on to that second qualifying position.
Jsme v posledních 750 metrech druhé rozjížďky žen lehkých vah a tento závod nás velmi zajímá. Na dráze číslo 1 se představuje česká reprezentantka Veronika Činková, odchovankyně z pražského Smíchova, která je poměrně mladá závodnice, 18 let aktuálně a už se propracovala i na mezinárodní závody. Pomalu se bude připravovat i na nominaci na mistrovství světa v Šanghaji a má i mnohé zkušenosti z minulých let, kdy v loňském roce na mistrovství Evropy juniorů na párové čtyřce dojela na 4. místě. Nicméně zatím se pohybuje na 4. místě, což znamená nepostupové, ale uvidíme v dalších jízdách, to by pro ní znamenalo opravnou jízdu, takže bude bojovat dále o to, aby se dostala do semifinále A a B. Na prvním místě posledních 500 metrů do cíle právě vidíme, že projíždí italská závodnice a na druhém postupovém místě je reprezentantka z Rakouska.
500 meters to go. Italy continues to hold the first place position. Silvia Crosio with Austria. That's Lara Tiefenthaler holding on to the qualifying second place position. Tiefenthaler, she finished third in this exact event at the last Under-23 World Championships in 2019. So she'll be looking to advance that position at the 2021 Under-23 World Rowing Championship. That's a look at lane 3, our Italian sculler Silvia Crosio. She was part of the winning lightweight women's quad at the 2019 Under-23 World Rowing Championships. So great to see her back then as she looks for the last 250-meter mark, I'm sure. But a beautiful gap then. So we see just the margin that she's built for herself. Again, this is the spot that you want to be in, right? To have the rest of the field behind you. The Austrian sculler staying tight with her. Now as we move into the final 250 meters, it's looking good for Italy and for Austria, and not the tightest heat that we've seen, Rob, this morning. It looks pretty set for now, barring any major upsets.
Yeah, it does. These leading crews can be probably pretty comfortable. You never do know, though, do you, in rowing? But barring a total disaster, you would think it would go the way of certainly Italy and Austria for those two semi-final spots.
Italská reprezentantka Silvia Crosiová, závodnice, která byla na dvojskifu v letošním prvním světovém poháru na druhém místě společně se svojí parťačkou, teď jede ale sama za sebe a jede výborně, protože dělá všechno proto, aby i v závěrečných desítkách metrů vyjela postup do semifinále této disciplíny z prvního místa. Jak to bude vypadat dál? Zatím Rakušanka na druhé pozici. Nezapomeňme také na českou reprezentantku Veroniku Činkovou, studentku medicíny, která by v budoucnu chtěla být dětskou onkoložkou. Zatím drží 5. místo. Jdeme ale k těm nejlepším.
Yeah, it's a massive win for Silvia Crosio in the Italian boat. She's coming home in first place, well ahead of Tiefenthaler of Austria by a good 5 or 6 lengths, I would imagine. 8:01.55 the time for Italy. She wasn't really challenged, but nearly a full 12 seconds ahead of Tiefenthaler in second. But both those athletes have qualified directly for the AB semi-final. The remaining crews, of course, will have another go in the repechage.
Česká reprezentantka nakonec skvěle, bylo to 3. místo, jsou to tedy opravy, protože 3., 4. a 5. místo musí do oprav, ale bylo to velmi dobré, co se týká poslední části této 2kilometrové distance. Na první pozici Italka, jako druhá Rakušanka, to je postup do semifinále.
So the third and final heat of the lightweight women's single sculls is underway. There was a slight delay, a yellow card for Moldova and Estonia. Both those crews are late to the start, but provided they don't upset the umpires on the way down the course, that'll be fine. No more punishment will be dished out to them. So it's Yulia Narivončić of Moldova in lane 1, Kali Yarovoya of Estonia in 2, Vilma Kangasmäki of Finland in 3, in lane 4 for Greece, Evangelia Anastasiadou, in lane 5 for Germany, Cosima Clotten, and in lane 6 for Norway, Camilla Kjesteth. So they're underway, Colleen, and well, what can you tell in these early stages?
Here's what I can tell you, Rob. You join us at about 750 meters, and my eye is on Greece and Germany, and especially on Germany. So just a nice shot here of the Greek sculler Anastasiadou just maintaining that lead by just shy of a length over the German sculler. That's Cosima Clotten of Germany out of lane 5. They're moving at fairly similar speeds. Greece just a touch faster, both at about 34 strokes per minute. But I think we can expect a little bit more from Germany, just again by the way that the regatta is going and the experience from both of these athletes, but especially the German athlete as we move into the second half of the race. Greece leads, Germany running second, and it's 2 to advance to semifinal AB with the rest of the field well behind them.
Jsme v polovině závodu 3. rozjížďky žen lehkých vah a na prvních pozicích se nám odděluje od zbytku pole posádka Řecka a posádka z Německa. Za řeckou reprezentuje Anastasiadou Evangelia a za německou posádku je to Clotten Cosima. Obě to jsou zkušené závodnice, které už působily na mezinárodních závodech a je to vidět i v této rozjížďce, kde se oddělují od ostatních závodnic, pro které je to většinou premiéra na mistrovství světa. Nás především zajímá, které posádky se připojí k naší reprezentance Veronice Činkové v opravných jízdách a v bojích o další semifinále.
Evangelia Anastasiadou takes it up just about a beat or so with a little bit of an answer for Cosima Clotten of Germany. So looking at the performance here now, moving through that 1,000-meter mark, it's looking like it will continue to be Greece. Germany hasn't yet put on the pressure to really try to overtake Greece quite yet. We'll have an eye in the third 500 to see if that can happen. But yes, little bit of an answer from Greece, as we know, to advance. But she didn't quite like that press from Germany over the last several hundred meters.
Yeah, as you say, Colin, what a nice race for the pride right now. None of those colors wants to be at the second position, and maybe they want to test also their competitors, so they will know what to expect from the other competitor. Maybe some of them will try to speed up a bit, see how their competitor will react. But nothing really changes between those two, from the Greece and the Germany. The distance staying still around 10 meters, but they are moving away from the rest of the field and going with a nice lead ahead of the others into the last 500 meters of this race.
Yeah, it's making it just a pleasure to watch, isn't it? They're both nice and long at exactly 32 strokes per minute, running really similar speeds. But again, Germany just not quite able to break Greece, if that's their intention, as we move into the final 500 meters or so. So a little bit of a response back and forth, but margins pretty consistent. And then looking across to the rest of the field, well, that's Moldova. She has lots of experience in sculling dating back to the Junior World Championship. In fact, in 2014, that's Narivonik of Moldova out of lane 1. And then Estonia, not to be left out, Norway as well. So Norway currently running 3rd. And then the rest of the pack, well, that's Moldova, Estonia, and Finland, lanes 1, 2, and 3. So the battle happening still up at the front. It's Greece and Germany, but Greece adding a little bit of pressure as we come through the final 250 meters. Still at a long 30-31, but she's increased the pressure. Rob, it's looking nice for Greece. A good, powerful stroke, isn't it, as she comes through the final 200 meters?
Yeah, indeed, Colleen, absolutely. And really, it's all down to these two now. The chasing pack are too far behind to make any impact on these two from Germany, with Greece in the lead. Greece have been having a good morning here on day 2.
Řecká reprezentantka, která slavila zatím největší úspěch, je na dvojskifu, teď jede sama za sebe tak, aby útočila na první místo. My ale hledáme také druhou pozici, protože druhé místo je zatím poměrně jasně ložené u Cosimy Klotenové, závodnici z Německa. První 2 postupují do semifinále. Takhle je to jasně dané i v této třetí rozjížďce, třetí jízdě, která už od prvního mezičasu ukazuje 2 největší papírové favoritky, které splnily předpokládání.
So, final stages for Evangelia Anastasiadou, who takes first place very comfortably and just completely stops, and who can blame her after those 2,000 metres, followed by Cosima Kloten of Germany. So those are the 2 crews directly through to the AB semi-final. Quite a long way back to the chasing pack, and they might as well conserve their energy, because they'll be in action again tomorrow in the Repechage.
Ušetřit energii do oprav, to je v tuto chvíli jasná strategie i závodnic, které jsou na 5. a 6. pozici, protože i oni jasně věděli, jak tvrdý je postupový klíč do semifinále světového šampionátu kategorie do 23 let. Potvrzené je tedy 1. a 2. místo, Řecko, Německo, v tuto chvíli 1., 2. pozice, jasný postup do semifinále.
Just give a little cheer for our Finnish athlete, who is now about to do precisely that in lane 3. We now move on to 2 heats in the lightweight women's double sculls, with Hungary in lane 1, Canada in 2, France going in lane 3, Germany in lane 4, Greece in lane 5. And the German crew receiving a yellow card for chucking their plastic bottles in the water. Just a reminder to all crews, please do not do that. As we know, World Rowing is very keen on the clean water policy, and will not take kindly to anything being thrown into the water. So yellow card for the German crew for throwing bottles in the water. Please do not be tempted to do that, even in the heat of just beginning to race. But let's cross over to our commentary team for this one, and it's Kat who's now alongside Jan. Kat, good to hear from you. Where have you been all morning?
Oh, good morning, Rob. I've been listening to this wonderful commentary, taking in some great racing here in Racice. Beautiful conditions again today here at the second day of the regatta. Mirror flat water. There's a flag opposite me. It's just got a little flutter on it, so really not much wind here for these crews. Absolutely delighted to be back here and able to commentate again. And what a fantastic race I have here for my first commentary on this second day. Super close racing here as they come through this first timing marker. This Greek duo, the sisters from Greece, the Varelopoulos sisters, Eleni and Irene, 18 and 20 years of age, they've got a small advantage over the rest of the field through that first marker, Jan.
Jsme zhruba na 700 metrů od cíle, od startu. První rozjížďky žen lehkých vah, celkem se zde představí 10 posádek a uvidím tedy 2 rozjížďky. Hned na startu dostala žlutou kartu německá loď, která byla tímto pokárána, že to řekneme, a tím, že házela flašky do vody. Prosíme tedy, aby i závodníci toto respektovali, jelikož World Rowing si na tady to dbá, aby měl tedy World Rowing Clean Water, aby se dodržovaly tady ta pravidla. Aktuálně tedy na první pozici loď Řecka pomalu si buduje náskok před trojicí Maďarska, Francii a Německa, které bojují o druhé postupové místo do finále A. První 2 lodě postupují přímo do finále A.
So through 1,000 meters now, they're just coming up to this second timing point. Greece still have this lead, and it's very close behind them between the second, third and fourth place crews. Just a line across the field here between Hungary, France and Germany. Greece still moving so sweetly here at the top of the picture. They're up there in lane 5. They're moving really well together. So through this 1,000-meter timing mark, we see the Greek scullers using that body swing, using the acceleration through the drive to move the boat on.
Yeah, the first place right now is the Greek boat, but a nice battle for the second place right now. Again, still between the France and Germany and also Hungary. Right now, we see the Greece crew at the front.
Yeah, riding with this Greek crew here, we're seeing this style. They're using their lean back, they're using the length, swinging this through the water to keep that boat just ahead of the rest of the field. These crews, of course, lightweight women's double sculls, so the crew average weight is 57 kilograms, and no one of these scullers can be more than 59 kilograms. So this morning they've had to weigh in for this event. Some athletes, it's easier than others. Some of them will have to sweat down, they have to think about what they're eating beforehand. They weigh in and then they can refuel, rehydrate in preparation for their race. So that match in stature, that match in weight, means we see sometimes a similar power and we can get close racing in these lightweight events, and we're seeing that here in front of us in this heat. It's still so close between the crews in second, third and fourth place, and with 2 crews to qualify directly for Sunday's A final, this is really exciting stuff coming into the last quarter.
Yeah, really nice race between the Hungarians and French and Germany. Right now it seems that the Germany is neck and neck between the Hungarian. And if you have noticed, maybe the French crew, they are using new type of the oars from the Concept 2. I had a small chat with Dave in the morning. They say that they have brought like the all best from the big blades and the smooth blades, and they combined it in one blade, which should help the rowers to have a quicker catch and lower down the slip before they put the blade in the water and when they generate the power on the blade.
Oh, it's fascinating observation, Jan. Interesting. So that French crew are using this new style of blades. They're currently sitting there in fourth place and they're still in touch. And here, riding again with the leaders in this picture here, the Greek scullers, the stroke woman Irene Varelopoulos with her sister in the bow seat, Eleni Varelopoulos, 20 years of age, 18 years of age. And just panning back here, we see the Germans are now the closest to them. So Germany are making the better of Hungary as they come into this battle. In the final stages, Rob, we're looking at the back of these Greek sisters here. What a wonderful place to be rowing with your sister.
Oh, it must be absolutely fabulous for them, and they are doing so well. The Greek team here this morning have been dominant. They really have. And can this crew remain dominant in this very closely contested heat in the lightweight double sculls? The Greek crew just ahead with Germany close behind, and then Hungary and France really tight there. Canada bringing up the rear.
Loď Řecka stále zatím těsně na první pozici, Němky jsou ale doslova a do písmene na dosah a uvidíme, jak to bude vypadat v té naprosto závěrečné části posledních 60-50 metrů. Jede se o první a druhé místo, které znamená návrat do finále a postup do finále. Teď tedy sledujeme nejenom Řekyně, Němky, ale také Maďarky, které chtějí dál bojovat. To jsou závodnice, které teď jsou skutečně na dostřel, tak tohle to bude hodně těsné v rámci žen lehkých vah, které jedou do cíle právě teď.
Well, it's a huge battle for first and second. Germany are just going to take first place. They do it by a canvas ahead of Greek, and coming home in third is the French crew with those new blades, and then Canada coming up in last place. Has just lost sight of lane one out here, who were in fourth place. That's Hungary. But what a terrific finish from Germany, just pipping the Greeks to second place. But the Greeks won't be too disappointed with that, because both those crews qualified directly for Sunday's final. The others will go through to the repechage tomorrow for a second opportunity to get through to that final.
Rozdíl pouhých 0,4 mezi první a druhou posádkou. Nakonec německá loď na první pozici, postupují ale také Řekyně, které skončily na druhém místě. Francouzsky, Maďarky a Kanaďanky musí na oprav v rámci světového šampionátu. Jak teď můžete vidět také na obrazovce potvrzení prvního a druhého místa.
So heat 2 of the lightweight women's double sculls already making their way down the leg. This is how they started, with the USA in lane 1, Italy taking up lane 2, Turkey in 3. Alongside them in lane 4 is the Polish crew, with Switzerland outside in lane 5. As I say, making good progress here, so let's cross straight over to Kat.
Yeah, thanks, Rob. We're going to pick up this picture here. We've just come through 1,200 metres. Here's the 1250 sign. That crew on the left of your picture, it's the Italian boat. They're up there in lane 2, and they've really made a great first half of this race. They're taking the advantage they gained through the first 1,000 metres into this third quarter now, and they've really got a lead. They've got 19 metres over Poland, who are currently the second place crew, Jan.
Jsme po posledních téměř 600 metrech z druhé rozjížďky dvojskifu žen lehkých vah. Představí se nám druhá pětice závodnic a aktuálně na prvním postupovém místě je loď z Itálie a na druhém místě, tedy o druhé postupové místo do finále A, bojuje loď Polska, která si teď vybojovala postupný náskok před lodí Švýcarska, která ještě byla na metě 1000 metrů na druhém místě. So the Switzerland was second in the 1,000 meter mark, but right now the Poland is making the move and being in the second position, which means direct qualification to the final A.
Yeah, coming into this final quarter, Jan, Poland have really managed to move clear of that Swiss crew. They've got clear water now in that second position. It looks to me like the Swiss crew perhaps not going to make it direct to Sunday's A final. So 10 boats in this event overall. This is the second heat of 5 boats, and we're looking to determine which 2 boats will join Germany and Greece, who have already qualified from the first heat. Right now, it's looking so good for Italy and also great for Poland.
Yeah, Italy is having a really nice style of the rowing and really strong in the lightweight men's team. But look also on the Poland, that is really increasing the gap between the Switzerland and the Poland. So no doubt probably about 2 places going directly to the final A. The boats are slowly approaching the last 250 meters. So how it looks from the tower up?
Yeah, Italy looking very strong indeed, and Poland look like they're going to be holding on to that second spot. A little gap back to them, from them to the Swiss crew, and then Turkey quite some way behind, with the United States bringing up the rear.
Bianca Safiriová, to je Italka, která byla první na 4 v rámci prvního světového poháru, teď jede ale s parťačkou Gretou Paravičinovou a zatím jsou na první pozici, platilo to tak také po 1500 metrech. Na druhém místě jsou Polky, tam můžeme vidět Viktorii Kalinovskou, která byla s jinou závodnicí 7. na letošním mistrovství Evropy. Zuzana Jasinská ale jede dobré tempo a v tuto chvíli můžeme sledovat tedy první a druhé místo, které postupuje do semifinále žen lehkých vah.
Yeah, Switzerland still putting in a push. They're putting up a good fight out there in lane 5, but they're not going to catch the 2 leading crews. First across the line, it's going to be Italy. And the hooter will sound for them as they come through, taking by just a length and a bit ahead of Poland in second place. So those are the 2 crews who go directly through to Sunday's final, along with Germany and Greece from Heat 1. Switzerland coming home in 3rd place. They, along with Turkey and the USA, will go again in the repechage.
Opět jedeme podle stejného klíče, to znamená lodě na 3., 4. a 5. místě jdou do oprav, 1. a 2. místo postupuje, tedy Italky, které vyhrály tuto rozdílku o 3 vteřiny a 7 setin před Polkami, které to ale mrzet nemusí, protože jsou také ve finále. Ano, v tuto chvíli už platí finále pro 1. a 2. místo dvojskifu žen lehkých vah.
The first of 3 heats in the lightweight men's double sculls. 13 crews contesting these heats and a place in the semi-finals for the first 3 across the line in each of these heats. Canada getting underway in lane 1. Alongside them in lane 2 is Ireland. Italy in lane 3, Germany alongside them in lane 4, with Switzerland in lane 5. Is this going to be another Italy-Germany dominated event, I wonder, Kat?
It looks that way so far, doesn't it, Rob? Through this first 1,000 metres, the Italian crew have led through the first timing marker, through the second timing marker. Through 12:50, you'll see the Germans are just starting to make their mark. They've pushed on every stroke here. They're taking a little bit of distance away from the Italians, and the Germans have just taken the lead. So here, if you're watching at home or online, you've just seen the start list for this event, and it's the German crew now leading ahead of Italy.
Yeah, Kat, really nice battle for the first position and also the third position, which currently holds the Swiss crew. Jsme téměř v polovině první rozdílky mužů dvojskifů lehkých vah. Ani v této disciplíně neuvidíme českou posádku, nicméně jsme zvědaví, ve 3. rozdílce se představí závodníci ze Slovenska a uvidíme, jak se jim povede v tady tom závodě. Aktuálně tady ale k první rozdílce, která projíždí právě distancí 1500 metrů do cíle, tedy 500 metrů do cíle. A na první pozici je loď Německa, na druhé pozici Itálie a třetí postupovou pozici aktuálně drží loď Švýcarska. So the first 2 are going straight to the semi-final AB. Currently first position holds to Germany, second position Italy and third position Swiss.
And that was a beautiful move, wasn't it, through this 3rd quarter by the German crew. It's really given them an advantage now over Italy. And the semi-final for this event, 13 boats in this event, so there will be a semi-final. It's going to take place on Saturday. 3 of the crews from this heat will qualify directly for that semi. Here we're riding with the Germans, who now have a clear water advantage over the rest of the field. They're into the last 250, Rob. This German crew, Melvin Müller-Richholtz and Fabio Kress, they timed that really well through the middle part of the race.
Yeah, I was just going to say precisely that. They've got the timing spot on, haven't they, to take that first place and be absolutely assured of direct qualification to that AB semi-final. Italy just a couple of seconds behind them in second, then a bit of a gap between them and Switzerland, then Ireland and Canada coming home a bit further back.
Lodě Německa a Itálie jedou největší frekvenci a patrné to bylo i hned po první 500, také se drží na 1. a 2. místě. Jedeme ale do semifinále se 3 posádkami, které tedy budou nejrychlejší právě v této rozdílce číslo 1. Uvidíme v této disciplíně tedy lehká váha a muži a dvojskiv hned 3 rozdílky. Teď už jedeme ale do cílových metrů a německá posádka na první pozici.
Terrific finish. Germany taking first place, Italy in second, Switzerland in third. That was such a great contest between those front three boats. They are the qualifiers for Saturday's semi-final. The remaining crews, as Ireland come across the line, Rory O'Neill and Owen Gaffney, they will go through to the repechage along with Canada. And that's how that one's finished.
Viděli jsme obrovskou radost u německých reprezentantů, nejenom díky prvnímu místu, protože postupují skutečně 3, to znamená, že první místo není tak určujícím elementem, ale ukázali výbornou formu za 6 minut 30 vteřin a 1,70 postoupili do semifinále této disciplíny. Italové na druhém, Švýcaři na třetím místě.
Heat 2 of the lightweight men's double sculls getting underway with only 4 crews contesting, but it's still the same progression system, so all bar one will progress directly to the semi-final. And it's between Portugal in lane 1, the USA in lane 2, Netherlands in 3, Belgium taking up lane 4, and in the commentary booth, it's Kat alongside Jan. And these contests are superb for heat races, aren't they, Kat?
Yeah, they absolutely are, Rob. I'm really enjoying this racing this morning in Racice. We've got these wonderful fair conditions, no wind, really nice course. And in these lightweight events, we do sometimes see close racing in the heat. So for this men's lightweight event, the crew average is 70 kilograms. None of these athletes can weigh more than 72.5 kilograms. And because of those limitations, we see a little bit more evenness amongst the athletes. And that is making for some superb racing here. So we've just got this shot on screen now. This is from the top of the 1,000-metre timing point. And you'll see here as they're coming through 1,000 metres, it's the Belgian crew at the top of the picture which are leading the way. And it's no surprise to me to see this Belgian crew at the front of the course. We've seen them race on the senior circuit so far in this 2021 season. They made their A final in the Lucerne World Cup. They took 6th place there. It's Thibaut Vive in the stroke seat with Marlon Colper in the bows. And they're moving really well through this heat, Jan.
Jsme v posledních 800 metrech za druhé rozjížďky dvojskifů mužů lehkých vah. Všechny posádky v této kategorii musí vážit průměrně 70 kg, maximálně 72,5 kg. A tím pádem tyto závody jsou často velmi vyrovnané. Aktuálně na prvním místě je loď z Belgie. Je to posádka, která už spolu jela i v roce 2019 na mistrovství světa do 23 let. Zde byla ve finále a dojela si pro 5. místo. Takže aktuálně na postupových pozicích je loď Belgie, Nizozemska a loď z Portugalska. So the 3 spots that would qualify to the semi-final AB are right now the Belgian crew, Netherlands crew and the Portugal, which right now holds the 2nd position ahead of the Netherlands in the 3rd.
Yeah, this Portuguese crew you mentioned are going really well. We're zooming in here on the Belgian crew, and they've had a fantastic race. To talk a little bit about that Portuguese crew, who are just off picture now, we've also seen them on the senior circuit. They were in the B final in the Lucerne World Cup, the 2nd World Cup. They finished 14th there, so they've had a race already in this unit this year. They've had to weigh in, they've had to go through this protocol of a COVID-safe regatta. And I think that experience has probably given them a little advantage here over the rest of the field. So here we've got the timings through 1,500 metres. Belgium are coming through in 1st place with the Netherlands and, Portugal, followed by the Netherlands. Those are the 3 qualifying slots so far.
Yeah, Kat, what a beautiful view on the Belgian Doubles Cup. As we said, they rode together back in 2019, so they know each other and they rode together really well, as we see on this picture. And they're moving much farther away from the other 2 competitors in this field. They are moving closely in the last 250 meters. I think Rob has a better view right now from the tower.
Well, you say that. Yeah, I guess my view is pretty good actually down here. But you've described it perfectly. It's Belgium who are looking set to take that first spot ahead of Portugal in 2nd, Netherlands in 3rd. So they'll be the ones who will progress directly. USA look too far back really now to be competitive here.
Hodně se nám to vyrovnalo v souboji o 2. a 3. místo. V každém případě platí, že 3 posádky, 3 lodě postupují do semifinále. této disciplíny a nic se tedy nemění na tom, jestli jedna skončí na druhém anebo na třetím místě. Belgičané, kteří letos skončili na prvním světovém poháru na 6. pozici, si jedou pro vítězství v této rozjížďce. O 2. a 3. místo pravděpodobně Portugalci a Nizozemci, teď už je to jisté. Na 2. pozici by tedy podle všeho měli skončit závodníci reprezentující Portugalsko. Počkáme si na potvrzení oficiálních výsledků.
Yeah, it's Belgium home in first place, ahead of the Netherlands in second, and Portugal in third as the three crews to go directly through to the AB semi-finals. So the USA will go again for their chance to qualify in tomorrow's repechage.
Nizozemci nakonec rychlejší v poslední závěrečné 250, a to tedy znamená podle oficiálních výsledků, že do semifinále postupují Belgičané, ze 2. místa Nizozemci a postupují také Portugalci. Do oprav musí Američané.
Third and final heat of the lightweight men's double sculls is underway. Poland in lane 1 with Slovakia in 2, France taking up lane 3 and Austria in lane 4. So just as with the previous heat, 4 crews contesting 3 direct semi-final spots. Kat, how do you see this one?
Yeah, Rob, to pick 3 from 4 here, we were already starting to see a separation between the first 3 places and that 4th place. And here we're riding with the leading crew, it's France, and we're seeing that separation come behind Poland, behind Austria, back to Slovakia. So Slovakia now some 30 metres off the pace of the other crews. I think the crews ahead of Slovakia will be feeling reasonably confident as they come into this halfway point that they can take one of those qualifying slots to Saturday's AB semi-final.
Sledujeme třetí rozdížku, ve které se nám představují také závodníci ze Slovenska, jak už jsem říkal na začátku tohoto závodu. Právě závodníci míjí metu 1000 metrů a závodníci ze Slovenska jsou aktuálně na 4., tedy nepostupové pozici do semifinále, takže nejspíše to vypadá, že budou muset jít přes opravnou jízdu. Na první pozici aktuálně loď z Francie, na 2. pozici loď z Rakouska a na 3. pozici loď z Polska. Nicméně je to velmi vyrovnané mezi Poláky a Rakušany. Francouzi aktuálně lehce o 2 lodě před zbytkem pole.
Through 1250 metres now, France have really got an advantage over the crews from Austria and Poland. This French crew, Victor Marcelot in the stroke seat, Ferdinand Ludwig in the bows, 19 and 20 years of age respectively. They've already tested their speed in this combination at the European Championships in Racice earlier in the season, and they picked up a silver medal there, so that gives us a clue as to the kind of preparation and speed they've had so far in this 2021 season. So with that in mind, it's no surprise to see them at the front of the course here with this packed field as they come into the final 500 metres.
Yeah, look how smooth they both row, the French crew. Same as in the heat too, there was the Belgian crew that had really nice and smooth tempo. Right now it's the French crew that is building on this easy stroke, building their lead.
Yeah, I think that lead has increased as we go down the course. Looking back at the intermediate times, they had a half-second advantage at 500 metres, almost 3 seconds at 1,000. Going through 1,500, it was a 4.71 second advantage, as you see on your screen there. So 1,500 metres to go, that boat just moving through there on the screen. That's the Slovakian boat. They've taken their rate down to 30. I think they know that they won't be qualifying directly for Saturday's AB semi-final. And here, back with the French crew at the front of the course, they're at a comfortable 33 strokes a minute. But Rob, I'm interested to see what happens for this 2nd and 3rd place. We might still have a battle on our hands between Austria and Poland.
Yeah, it's an intriguing one, isn't it? Because they're close enough to certainly change the order here, and that, of course, will give them the edge, certainly, maybe mentally, when we go into those semi-finals at the weekend. But as you say, Slovenia, I think, have decided, Slovakia, I beg your pardon, have decided perhaps that it's not worth challenging anymore now and just conserving their energy for the repechage tomorrow. But France looking very strong in first place.
4 posádky a 3, které už to mají teď jasně ložené, postupují do semifinále této disciplíny. Jdeme se podívat na dojezd. Francouzi budou nejrychlejší, na druhém místě zástupci Rakouska a jako třetí Poláci. To jsou ti, kteří postoupí. Ano, Poláci ještě zabírají tak, aby ohrozili Rakušany, nic se ale nemění na tom, že i oni budou v semifinále této disciplíny.
Yeah, France home in first. Second place went to Austria. They were absolutely determined to hold on to that second place and really up their rate heading to the finish line. That hurt, that was painful, but it's a great achievement. And it's Poland who came home in third, and Slovakia now just making their final few strokes down to the finish line. They'll go again in tomorrow's repechage.
Velká podpora ale také patří slovenským reprezentantům. Andrej Cechvala a Pavol Tabra jsou na začátku své kariéry. 19 a 20 let je v kategorii do 23 let těmto slovenským reprezentantům, kterým rozhodně může patřit budoucnost v další části kariéry. Francouzi, Rakušané a Poláci, právě tyto lodě a posádky uvidíme v semifinále.
So, ladies and gentlemen, a slight pause, about 5 or 6 minutes to go until the next set of racing gets underway with the heats of the men's quadruple sculls. They'll follow at 10 past the hour.
Další start v 11 hodin a 10 minut. Děkujeme za to, že podporujete nejenom české reprezentanty, ale kompletní světové pole, které se sešlo v rámci mistrovství světa ve veslování kategorie do 23 let. Těšíme se na vás za pár minut. Další start 11 hodin a 10 minut.
So, ladies and gentlemen, we're ready to get underway with Heat 1 of 3 in the men's quadruple sculls. Chile, Italy, Lithuania, Germany and Russia lining up for this first heat of 3.
Vítejte zpátky v rámci mistrovství světa a rozjížděk světový šampionát kategorie do 23 let. Vítáme zpátky také závodníky a těšíme se na skvělé výkony.
So conditions absolutely perfect still on what's been a really calm and gentle morning here weather-wise, very warm. The sun is peering every now and again through the clouds. So let's cross over back to Jan and Kat to take us through this first heat in the men's quad sculls. Kat?
Thanks, Rob. It's great to see this heat, and they're looking really close off the start. It's the Italian crew there, along with the Germans up in lane 4, who have this slight advantage in the early stage. And I'm looking forward to this race. There's a couple of crews in here who've got great pedigree from previous seasons. Be interesting to see how that's translating into boat speed here for the 2021 World Rowing Under 23 champs.
Yeah, what a beautiful watch to see those crews cruising the venue. Right now it's the biggest crews that are biggest sculling crews. Right now in the lead is the German crew leading the way.
And Jan, you're talking about this German crew, and that's one of the crews that I was interested to see based on their previous form. So the bowman Paul Berghoff, along with Elrond Coleman in the 2-seat, took a gold at the Junior World Championships in 2019 in this event, in the men's quad event, and they're joined by Paul Kruger in the 3-seat and Tom Granitz in the stroke seat. Now, Paul Kruger's also raced in the juniors in 2019 with a silver medal in the double sculls and a gold medal in the 2018 double sculls event. So these scullers from Germany, all medalists, we see them come through the 500-meter mark ahead of Italy and Chile.
Ba 600 metrů za námi, první rozjížďky, párovek čtyřek mužů, celkem 13 posádek se představí v tomto závodě a my budeme čekat na třetí rozjížďku, kde se představí i česká párová čtyřka. Nicméně aktuálně sledujeme první rozjížďku, kde je celkem vyrovnaný souboj mezi posádkou z Německa a posádkou z Itálie. Můžeme vidět, že italská posádka aktuálně má vyšší frekvenci oproti posádce z Německa. Italská posádka frekvenčně aktuálně jede 38 temp za minutu. Německá posádka trochu níže, 35 temp za minutu. So the Italians are now moving slowly in the first position. So, what do you think, Kat, how this will develop?
Yeah, it's an interesting one, isn't it? 38 strokes a minute from this Italian crew, and they're making that look really easy. They use that second 500 metres to move through the German crew. This camera angle can sometimes be a little bit deceiving, but you'll see now as we pan round to this 1,000-metre mark, the Italians actually have clear water just over Germany. So Germany had that great start, but that was overruled by the Italians' pace during this middle part of the race, and they're still at 38 strokes a minute. So that's Italy's time through 1,000 metres, 2 minutes, 54 seconds ahead of Germany, and Russia currently sitting in that third place with 3 boats to go through directly to Saturday's AB semi-final. At the moment, those 3 crews are Italy, Germany and Russia.
Yeah, as you say, Kat, 3 boats going to the semi-final. Italy looking really comfortable right now at the first position, moving in the last 750 meters. Seems like the first 3 crews are currently having quite comfortable lead. That means the Italy, Germany and Russia will probably qualify in the semi-final. Blížíme se do posledních 700 metrů tohoto závodu. Aktuálně na prvním místě je loď Itálie, která stále zvyšuje svůj náskok před lodí Německa, a která je také na druhém postupovém místě. Na 3. místě aktuálně Rusko. První 3 lodě postupují přímo do semifinále, ostatní lodě pojedou dále přes opravnou jízdu.
We just saw that graphic on screen there. The Italians have now dropped their rating to 37 strokes a minute. I say dropped it. They've been at 38 for most of this course, which is pretty high rating for a quad. And what's interesting to me is they look so relaxed at this rating, and they back up at 38 now, my data feed tells me, and they're just using that rating so nicely at the front of this course. And back from them, we've got Germany in second place, and they have not been able to shake off the Russian crew. We see the Russians are just sitting 6 meters behind the Germans, so with a possible sprint they could come through and take that second place. And back up now at the head of the field, Italy moving so well, stroked by Pietro Cangelosi. They've got Leonardo Tedoldi on board. He was a silver medalist in the Junior World Championships in the men's quad event in 2019. And that experience, along with his crewmates, has moved this Italian crew really well down this course. So Rob, Italy are flying here. We've got Germany in second place, and Russia have dropped back a little bit. These 3 are looking good for those qualifying slots.
Yeah, they are, aren't they? I was just wondering how much of a push Germany might keep up to try and put the Italians under pressure, but Italy do look comfortable with the rate they're going at now, don't they? As you say, Russia in third place, so it does look like those are the 3 crews who are going to progress directly to the semi-finals.
První 3 párové 4 postupují do semifinále světového šampionátu. Stále tedy sledujeme ty nejlepší posádky kategorie do 23 let v celosvětové konkurenci. Italové jsou nejrychlejší, postoupí také německá posádka, stejně jako další posádka. Tady si ale počkejme na to definitivní potvrzení, ale mělo by to tak skutečně být. Ruská čtverice jede také výborným způsobem. Italové ale nejrychlejší s nejlepší formou postupují do semifinále.
So it ended with Italy crossing the line in first place ahead of Germany in second, about a length and a quarter separating those 2 boats. A further length and a quarter back as Russia in third, confirming that those are the 3 crews directly through to the AB semi-finals. Lithuania and Chile will have another attempt when they go through to the repechage tomorrow.
Závodníci Litvy a Chile tedy musí do oprav, co se týká této první rozjížďky. Italská čtveřice, německá a ruská postupuje do semifinále. Za 5:56:95 takový je čas nejrychlejšího času první jízdy.
Well, as we followed that previous race, you may have caught a glimpse of the return lane with the 8 lining up as they were heading up to the start. They'll be on the course for 2 heats at a quarter to midday. That's in just under half an hour's time. Meanwhile, we've got the second heat of the men's quad sculls with France in lane 1. They received a yellow card, France, for a traffic rules violation. Just a reminder again to all crews to be sure that they do observe the very strict traffic rules that are in place, particularly going up that return lane. It's all about safety. So France in lane 1, Netherlands in 2, Norway in lane 3, and Romania in lane 4. Kat, still in the commentary box.
Yeah, I'm still here, Rob, and I'm delighted to still be here because we've had some fantastic racing this morning, and we're continuing to see that here with this second heat of the men's quadruple sculls. This picture here may be a little bit deceiving. You can see the Dutch crew there just ahead of France. So the Dutch are leading the French. The third place crew right now is Romania, and you can see from this shot here, it's the top of the 1,000-meter timing point. There's a gap now between those first three crews back to Norway. And again, this second heat of the men's quadruple sculls, we're looking for 3 crews to qualify directly for Saturday's AB semi-final. It's looking great for Netherlands, it's looking great for France, and also for Romania.
Sledujeme druhou rozjížďku párovek mužů, aktuálně na prvním místě. Po projezdu poloviny závodu se drží loď z Nizozemska. Můžeme sledovat podle mě relativně typický styl pro nizozemské veslaře. Příliš nemají velký předklon a většinu práce tedy dělají za pomocí nohou. A zdá se, že i této posádce to aktuálně funguje a jsou na první pozici této rozjížďky. Na druhé pozici vidíme loď Francie a na třetí místě aktuálně loď Rumunska. Na poslední, tedy aktuálně nepostupovém místě je loď Norska. So we see at the front the Netherlands, which has, I would say, the typical Dutch style when they doesn't use that much of the body and moving the boat mostly with their legs.
Yeah, I've got to agree with you, Jan, on that. This is the quad sculling style developed in the Netherlands that's been really successful at senior level. Their senior men's quad has done so well over the last few seasons, and to see this under-23 quad also dominating with this beautiful Dutch style as they come through 1,500 metres, it's really a delight. And to me, it's looking really fluid, really easy almost for them at that 37 strokes a minute. They've got more than a length ahead of France. I just can't see anyone catching them in this final quarter. So this Dutch crew, they've come into the sculling boat from sweep events. A couple of guys in here have taken home medals from the men's 8 at the under-23 Worlds in 2019 and also at junior level. So fantastic oarsmen in the sweep event, and they're translating that experience into the sculling boat here, and beautiful sculling, Jan.
Yeah, as you say. Also in the senior level, we could have seen that they formed their quadruple scull from the guys that rowed it before in the sweep positions, like men's 8, but still we are all in the last 250 meters, and the Netherlands are still building their lead, Rob.
Yeah, they're very impressive, aren't they, the Netherlands? They're making it look comfortable, they're making it look easy, but there's still a challenge coming from the French crew there in lane 1, along with Romania in 3rd place. So those 3 crews are looking pretty comfortable and fairly confident of that direct passage into the semi-finals.
Nizozemská 4, která drží stabilní tempo a jede si pro první místo v této rozjížďce semifinále, opět počítá s 1., 2. a také 3. místem, a protože Norové jsou poměrně v závěsu, respektive hodně vzdálení a budou na 4. místě, nic to nezmění na tom, že Nizozemci, Francouzi a také Rumuni postupují do semifinále. Právě mezi touto disciplínou, teď už je to také potvrzené, nejrychlejší 4 této rozjížďky jsou v cíli. Na norské reprezentanty ještě stále čekáme.
Yes, Netherlands crossing the line in 1st place, time of 5:59.98 seconds. A pretty decent time that in the heats. And just behind them in 2nd place, France with Romania in 3rd. So they are through directly to the semi-finals. Norway will go again in the repechage tomorrow for a second opportunity to make it into those semis.
V tuto chvíli vše potvrzeno, Nizozemsko, Francie, Rumunsko a teď už jsme v cíli také se 4 Norska, která musí do oprav.
Third and final heat of the men's quadruple sculls. 4 more crews contesting 3 direct passages to the semi-final, with Argentina in lane 1, who received a yellow card for being late to the start, but they're underway in good time. Czech Republic in lane 2, Poland in lane 3, the United States taking up lane 4. Kat, back to you.
Thanks, Rob. This is going to be a really exciting heat for the local spectators, the volunteers, the Czech people. As we're coming towards the 1,000-metre timing marker, it's the crew from the Czech Republic leading the way. They're looking really, really good out there, 35 strokes a minute, moving on really fluidly, and they've got a length advantage ahead of Poland in second place. You've got to be happy to see this one, Jan. This Czech crew, they've been formed to come to this under-23 championships, and they've got experience previously, haven't they?
Yeah, it would be beautiful to watch this heat when we are in the middle of the race and the Czechs are leading this heat. Jsme v polovině závodu a česká posádka aktuálně na první pozici. Opět pokud první tři postupují do semifinále AB a můžeme říct, že tato posádka jistě má ambice bojovat o medaile, nejvyšší stupínky na tomto mistrovství světa. Jejich cílem je určitě dostat se do finále a poté předvést co nejlepší výsledek. Základem této posádky tvoří i Filip Zima a Tomáš Šišma, kteří už spolu veslují od roku 2019 v této párové čtyřce a pro toto mistrovství světa byli doplněni Danielem Noskem a Daliborem Nedělou, kteří mají spíše zkušenosti z nepárových disciplín, ale letos předvedli nejlepší výsledek na dvojskifu na kontrolním závodě zde v Račicích před 2 měsíci, čím si vyjeli místo v této posádce. So the Czechs are still leading ahead of the Poland and seems like they are increasing still their lead.
Yeah, it looks to be that way. They're looking really good, Jan. This Czech crew, they're stroked by Filip Zima, and Filip Zima, along with Tomáš Zisma in the two-seat, they've raced in the Czech senior quad earlier in the season, and they formed this under-23 quad with 2 other athletes, Dalibor Nedela and Daniel Nosek. And they've got such a nice rhythm in this boat. Filip Zima's setting it up really, really nicely. And another thing I've noticed here is the bowman's doing such a great job of these early catches. So in the quad sculling, what you really want to see is those bow blades just tucked in nicely so they can support the rest of the boat with that rhythm. And I'm really seeing that from that Czech crew. Great blade work from them. It looks really, really fluid. So coming through 1,600 metres now, we've got those timing points from the 1,500 metres on screen, and moving away from there, the Czech crew continue to lead, and back from them, we're looking for 3 crews from this 4 to qualify directly for Saturday's AB semi-final. It's actually quite tight at the back of the field. Maybe this camera angle is a little bit deceptive. You can see to the right of your picture there, we've got Argentina, we're in the yellow boat, USA in the white boat. Pretty close between them, just 2 metres separating them. So here's the final stages, Rob. This is the Czech crew. The Czech fans are going to be really happy with this. And we've also got a battle on our hands for that 3rd qualifying slot.
Yeah, always good to see the home nation doing well, isn't it? And Czech Republic, this crew looking really strong and really going to hold on to this first place, and they receive a great reception when they come across the line. Mira, I think this will be the first win for a Czech crew this championships.
First win, definitely. V tuto chvíli totiž pod vedením Jana Navrátila sledujeme párovou čtyřku z České republiky, která je na první pozici. Je důležité být mezi 3 nejlepšími loděmi, ale první místo se počítá všemi 10 i s ohledem k další části světového šampionátu kategorie do 23 let. Nosek, Šišma, Neděla a Zima, to jsou závodníci, kteří to teď zvládli naprosto skvělým způsobem ve své rozjížďce a jedou si pro první místo a jasný postup do semifinále světového šampionátu kategorie do 23 let.
Congratulations, Mira, well done. So it is the Czech Republic across the line in first place. A great race from them. In second place, Poland. Third place, Argentina. So those 3 crews directly through to the AB semi-final. USA coming home in 4th. They'll have another chance to qualify via the repechage.
Velká gratulace čtveřici Nosek, Šišma, Neděla, Zima a kouči Janu Navrátilovi, protože tohle to bylo první místo, co se týká jednotlivých rozjížděk světového šampionátu. Postupují také Poláci a Argentinci, zástupci Spojených států jdou do oprav.
So we're now moving into the women's single sculls. We've got 4 heats here, 21 athletes contesting 1 semi-final spot in each of these heats. So in lane 1 for heat 1, Lithuania's Martina Kazlauskaitė. In lane 2 from South Africa is Catherine Williams. In lane 3 from Denmark, Stofi Vikeslo. In lane 4 from Romania, Daniel Alexandra Ionel. In lane 5, the United States, Annie Mattis and Grete Janssen from Estonia in lane 6. And Kat, good luck getting through all those names.
Thanks very much, Rob. I've got to remark you've done a great job of all of them. I'm just going to stick with one name, and it's an easy one to pronounce for me, Catherine Williams at the head of this course. She's doing a really, really nice job here through 750 metres of staying ahead of the rest of the field. She's rating 33 strokes a minute. She's got a really long reach at the front of her stroke, quick catches at the front end. She's moving the boat really nicely. It's given her clear water advantage over the rest of the field. I've got to mention, with this brutal progression system, just one sculler to go directly to the AB semi-final, I've got to think that there's maybe some, strategic thinking in terms of a race plan for these scullers, that, if you're not in this qualifying place or within a shout of it at halfway, I think you've probably got to make a decision about whether you're going to conserve your energy or push on or test something in your race plan. So Catherine Williams really dominating at this point in the race, and to be honest, I can't see anyone catching her in the second half.
Aktuálně sledujeme skify žen. Představí se 4 rozíšky a my budeme velice zvědaví právě na tu poslední čtvrtou, kde se představí naše reprezentantka Anna Šantručková, která pojede na dráze číslo 1. Ale zpět k první rozjížďce, kde právě polovinu trati projíždí na prvním místě reprezentantka z Jihoafrické republiky, která je velmi obeznámena s Racicemi, jelikož zde startovala v roce 2018 na juniorském mistrovství světa. Skončila 15. na skifu, nicméně zdá se, že během posledních 3 let velice se posunula dál a teď vede první rozíšku žen skifu. Je zde opravdu přísný postupový klíč, pouze první posádka postupuje do semifinále AB.
Thanks, Jan. Yeah, we're riding again here with Catherine Williams, and to give a context to this distance, you can see appearing on the screen here, I've got a data feed, and it says that she's 37 metres ahead of the next sculler. That's Grete Janssen from Estonia. So through 1,250 metres, Catherine Williams still a convincing advantage over the rest of the field. And the other scullers moving well still, but it looks to me as though they'll be taking part in tomorrow's repechage, and it will be Catherine Williams who takes this spot in the AB semi on Saturday. She's certainly having a fantastic scull here, and she's moved ahead of other scullers who we've seen race at international level before. Anna Mattis from the USA is currently sitting back in that second place slot. She took 5th place in the junior women's quad event at the 2017 championships. But here you go on screen now. You can see those gaps, and it's a lot to make up in these closing stages. Do you think there's any chance of it happening, Jan?
I can't see that someone would catch up Catherine Williams in the front. We can also mention that it is quite young athlete, and she competed here in 2018 at the junior championship, so she quite knows this Racice rowing venue, and she finished 15 in the single scull, so she really stepped up during the last 3 years, and now making a really nice first position in this heat.
Yeah, and we're just watching these scullers come through 1,500 metres. Here they are. It's a 10-second gap now separating Catherine Williams from the rest of the field. She's still at 33 strokes a minute. The USA sculler, Anna Mattis, behind her, also 33 strokes a minute. And here's that nice style. Look at that body lean. Look how compact she is at the front end. It's a really nice technique. The shins are vertical. She's really nice, early square, blades in, moving the boat on really well here. And what a credit to her that she's made this great step up since the junior championships in 2018 that Jan mentioned when she competed on this course. You can see her coaches on the bicycles in the background here. They must be proud of her progress and how she's getting on in this heat at the regatta. So here's the back of Catherine Williams, Rob, and what a great opening race for her in this 2021 Under-23 Championships.
Yes, indeed, and thank you for that fabulous description of her rowing technique. It's great to know what to look out for in terms of rowing technique and the different ways that maybe different scullers may approach it. But isn't she impressive? Catherine Williams of South Africa, 21 years old, making her own way down here to the finish line to take that only direct progression through to that AB semi-final.
Ve skifu žen uvidíme hned 4 jízdy, ve čtvrté jízdě také českou reprezentantku, k tomu všemu se ale dostaneme v průběhu dalších jízd mistrovství světa. Catherine Williams z Jihoafrické republiky si jede pro postup, tady je to hodně tvrdé, jen pouze první místo postupuje do semifinále, ostatní závodnice musí, nehledě na umístění na 2. až 6. místě do oprav. V tuto chvíli tedy první pozice, která je jasně daná, a Catherine Williams.
Yeah, it's a superb race from Catherine Williams. No one close to her. She's long finished with our second athlete now coming home over the other side of the lake in lane 5. That's Estonia's Greta Janssen. And she, along with the rest of the crews, in third place there, Vikoslo of Denmark. They'll all have another go in the repechage, but Catherine Williams had an impressive race from South Africa directly through to the AB semi-final.
Závodnice na 2. až 6. místě tedy dál v opravách budou bojovat o svoji šanci, tak jak můžeme vidět jednotlivé výsledky. Reprezentantka Jihoafrické republiky opravdu oparník odjela všem svým soupeřkám, stáhla svůj čas pod 8 minut 7:57. Takový je čas této závodnice, která postupuje do semifinále.
Second heat of 4 underway in the women's single sculls. Ireland are in lane 1, that's Alison Bergin. For France in lane 2, Audrey Feutry is in lane 2. Egyptian athlete received a yellow card for being late at the start, that's Darin Mahmoud Mohamed. In lane 4 from Switzerland, Aurélie Maxime Janssen. And in lane 5 from Austria, Johanna Christoph. So they're underway, and remember, it's just the first across the line who makes that direct progression. And beautiful conditions still out there, aren't they, Kat?
Yeah, Rob, it's really nice, and I think that's particularly important for these scullers. It's a nice level playing field for scullers when they have these flat water conditions. Some scullers actually like it when there's loads of wind and there are waves and it's a bit like the sea out there. But to me, it's not quite such fair conditions. I think this way all the scullers get to perform in a way that we can make a nice distinction based on their talents. So fantastic conditions from Racice, and look at this performance here from the Swiss sculler. It's her international debut, Aurélie Maxime Janssen, and she's looking really good out there in front. So Jan, we're seeing this a little bit closer than the previous race. She's got an advantage, but to me it looks like the Irish sculler, the French sculler, they could still be in touch.
Yeah, definitely the Swiss sculler is at the lead right now. Quite young sculler, and it is her premiere at the World Championship. But we're seeing a small move slightly from the Ireland Alison Bergin. But what caught my attention is does the Swiss sculler is racing actually with Meccan oars. Do you see that, Kat?
Yeah, it's a surprise to see, isn't it? I mean, we're zooming in here. I think it's an unusual one. We see in Great Britain, certainly, the junior scullers will start rowing with the Macon oars, and then as they progress and get a bit stronger, then they start to use the big blades. And traditionally, we think of the larger spoon as the faster way to move the boat, and I'm very interested to see the Swiss sculler not using that. And she's rating 27 strokes a minute, and I think that could be something to do with the setup she's got. 27 strokes a minute. It's quite low for sculling over 2,000 metres. So I've got to put that down perhaps to this setup. So interesting to see. And she's holding an advantage of about 13 metres now ahead of Alison Bergin from Ireland.
Yeah, I think right now there is still same distance between the Ireland sculler and the sculler from the Switzerland. Currently at the third position is 13 Audrey from the French. and we are slowly moving in the last 250 meters. Rob, what do you think about the mech and oars in which rows the Swiss sculler?
Thank you very much, Jan. Yes, interested to hear the technical side of her competition here from Kat in terms of her stroke rate, but isn't she going well? And looks very comfortable to be taking that first qualification spot. But the challenge still coming from Bergen next to her in lane 1 from Ireland.
Švýcarská reprezentantka Aurelia Maxima Janzenová je teď na první pozici frekvence záběrů, která je vysoká, ale především hodně kontrolovaná. Naopak 27, pokud se podíváme, tak teď už si spíš hlídá svoji pozici tak, aby ze své trati byla na prvním místě, které jí zaručuje postup do semifinále. Na dalších místech Irka, francouzská Rakušanka a také reprezentantka Egypta. Na to si ještě počkáme do závěrečné cílové fotobuňky, tak abychom viděli všechny kompletní časy. Teď už ale Švýcarka Janzenová na první pozici.
Yeah, it's a length and a quarter gap between Janssen of Switzerland and Ireland's Alison Bergen, who was coming through at almost twice the stroke rate. It really was a slow rate from Janssen, but home in first place and getting that all-important direct qualification to the AB semi-finals. Bergen in second for Ireland and in third place in lane 2, Feutry of France. So all those other crews, apart from Switzerland, will go again in the repechage.
Máme za sebou tedy první 2 rozjížďky mistrovství světa kategorie do 23 let ve skifu žen. Z té druhé postupuje Aurelia Maxima Janzenová za 7 minut 52 vteřin a 28 setin. Reprezentantky Irska, Francie, Rakouska musí do oprav a bude to platit také o Egypťance Mohammode, závodnici, která v tuto chvíli ztrácí už výrazně, protože na první 15 stovce už byla za vedoucí Švýcarkou téměř o 50 vteřin. My si ale počkáme na její dojezd, tak abychom se zároveň mohli soustředit na rozjížďku číslo 3.
All the crews home in Heat 2. Heat 3 underway with Great Britain's Lauren Henry in lane 1. In lane 2 from Germany, Alexandra Förster. In lane 3 from Russia, Anastasia Ljubic. In lane 4 from Croatia, Bruna Milinovic. And in lane 5, representing Morocco, Sarah Freinkart. Now, Kat, I have to tell you, our German producer getting terribly excited about Alexandra Förster in lane 2, as she's achieved a lot as a young athlete, and here could be in contention for doing something pretty spectacular, I understand.
Yeah, Rob, it's true, and it's not a surprise to me that our German producer Michael is excited about this one. He does some commentary in Germany, and he's seen how well Alexandra Förster has rowed over the last few seasons, and she has really made a fabulous entry into this sport. She won the junior championships back in 2019 in the single, and she was just 17 years of age there. So she's a 19-year-old now. She's racing at under 23 level, and coming into this season, she's already got experience at senior level. She went to the final Olympic qualification regatta. She missed out, but she did make that A final. She finished 6th. So what a talent we've got here in Alexandra Förster. And I've got to say, I'm also very impressed to see this British sculler, Lauren Henry, in that second place and pretty close to Förster from Germany. So Jan, here we are looking at Alexandra Förster. What is it that's making her move so fast here?
I think we see like the typical German sculling, and it seems that it really works for her. The distance between the British sculler and Alexandra Förster is still enlarging. Vyjíždíme do poslední 500, 3. rozjížďky skifu žen a na prvním místě je aktuálně Alexandra Förster. Tak i této závodnici je račické závodiště velmi známé. V roce 2018 jela v párové 4 a dojela si pro stříbrnou medaili. Rok poté si dojela ještě na skifu v juniorské kategorii pro první místo na mistrovském šampionátu. So the junior champion from the 2019 in a single scull, Alexandra Förster, is still leading, Kat.
Yeah, and she's looking really good here in the front. That rating, 33 strokes a minute. She's got that acceleration, those finishes moving out nice and clean. You see the boat accelerating on there in that part of the stroke. It's really fine sculling. She's just taken the rate up. Maybe she's practicing the final stages for another day. She's just gone up to 34 strokes a minute into this last 250 metres. I don't think she's going to need to sprint in these closing stages. She's got a great margin now ahead of Lauren Henry, and with just one boat to go through. Rob, it's looking so great for this fine sculler from Germany.
Yes, I can understand Michael's excitement now. He was very keen to tell me everything that she's achieved to date. And here she is leading the way home. Very impressive. She'll be the sole direct qualifier through to the semi-finals, providing she can keep going as smoothly as she has done so far.
Můj parťák na komentátorském stanovišti, který komentuje česky i anglicky, Jan Hájek, je výborným závodníkem a dobře zná výsledky také německé prvotřídní veslařky, která je aktuálně na první pozici. Připomínal to první místo ze světového šampionátu v juniorské kategorii. V tuto chvíli si Alexandra Forster z Německa jede tedy pro jasný postup do semifinále světového šampionátu. Na druhém místě v tuto chvíli aktuálně Britka Lauren Henryová, která ale ztratila na posledním mezičase téměř 4 vteřiny. Ano, Němka v tuto chvíli v cíli na prvním místě.
Yeah, Lauren Henry crossing the line in first place, as was expected, but as Kat said, a really impressive second place here for Lauren Henry of Great Britain in lane 1. The winning time, by the way, for Foster was at 7:45.65, and Lauren Henry at 9.9 seconds back, but it just shows you the quality of Foster's sculling. So it's Foster who goes through directly to the semi-finals. The remaining crews will contest the repechage for a second opportunity to qualify.
Třetí rozjížďka už má v cíli téměř všechny závodníky. Maročanka Freikartová je v tuto chvíli ještě na trati, musí zvládnout posledních 60 metrů. Německá reprezentantka ale postupuje, protože nad dalšími vyhrála téměř o 10 vteřin. A v tuto chvíli tedy marocká reprezentantka Sarah Freikartová, která protnula metu 2 kilometrů, i ona tedy zvládla svůj závod a tím definitivně ukončila rozjížďku číslo 3.
Heat 4 of the women's single sculls. 5 more crews aiming to try and get that single spot for direct passage to the AB semi-final. And in lane 1 for the home nation, the Czech Republic, Anna Szantruckova. In lane 2 for Italy, Linda De Filippis. In lane 3 from the Netherlands, Bente Boonstra. From Zimbabwe in lane 4, Justine Hobbs. And representing Slovenia in lane 5, Ilaria Machi. Be great if we could have another win here for the Czech Republic, Kat.
Yeah, the home fans will be very happy, and so will my co-commentator if we see that. And we've just been following the first part of this race. So you see they're coming through 12:50, and we were remarking that the Czech sculler Anna Szantruckova, she's still in touch here, so there's a possibility she could take the win. But now we're looking at the leading sculler, and that's the sculler from the Netherlands, Bente Boonstra, and she's led through both of the timing markers so far. Jan, it's a nice sculling style from this Dutch sculler. Do we think Anna Szantruckova can catch up?
So we're looking at the Netherlands single sculler, but I think it's way too far right now for the Anna Szantruckova and also the Italian, because the Netherlands single sculler is right now moving away from this duo. Právě sledujeme 4. rozjížďku skifu žen, na kterou jsme se všichni určitě mnohé těšili, protože na dráze číslo 1 je Anna Szantruckova, která si tady na skifa odskočila z 2, na které aktuálně jezdí s Pavlínou Flaminkovou na mezinárodních závodech a budou se připravovat i na mistrovství světa v Šanghaji. Je to tedy veslařka, která nejezdí aktuálně párové disciplíny, připravuje se na nepárové dvojce, ale s párovými disciplínami má mnoho zkušeností. Již v roce 2016 jela mistrovství světa juniorů ve svých 15 letech a přivezla do České republiky bronzovou medaili. A stejně tak na mistrovství světa juniorů v roce 2018 zde jeli párovou 4 kde skončili bohužel na trochu nepopulárním 4. místě. Aktuálně v posledních zhruba 400 metrech do cíle. So we are almost in the last 250 meters. So what do you think? Can someone catch the Netherlands single sculler?
I've got to agree with what you said before, Jan. It's just not going to be possible here with these gaps we're seeing forming. So the Dutch sculler in that all-important potential qualifying slot for Saturday's AB semi. I think the scullers behind her have just taken it down a bit. I can see now the Italian sculler in second place, Linda De Filippis. She's taken the rate down to 30 strokes a minute. The Czech sculler at 29 strokes a minute. So, Rob, she's coming into the closing stages. She's led the whole way. Bente Boonstra from the Netherlands taking it home.
Yes, and you can understand the other sculler's reluctance to go too hard at this stage when she's looking uncatchable, and just to conserve energy for those repechage tomorrow. So, yeah, she's looking good, Boonstra, as she heads ever closer to taking this race.
Anna Šandručková, česká reprezentantka na první trati, je aktuálně na 3. pozici. Na prvním místě je Nizozemka Bustraová, která dělá vše pro to, aby postoupila právě z toho jediného prvního místa do semifinále a nemusela do oprav. Co se týká 4. rozíčky a skifu žen, zatím si hlídá první místo a nic se na tom nezmění ani v té naprosto závěrečné části 2kilometrové trati. Na 2. místě Italka Anna Šandručková, česká reprezentantka, bude na 3. pozici. Uvidíme, co Slovinka a také reprezentantka Zimbabwe, která je zatím na 6. místě.
Boonstra crossing the line in first place, probably some 4 lengths ahead of De Filippis of Italy in second, and coming home in third, it's Šandručková of the Czech Republic, and a good performance from her. Over on the far side, it's Maki of Slovenia in lane 5. So, no doubt about the winner, Bente Boonstra of the Netherlands, direct qualification to the semi-finals.
V této 4. jízdě tedy Anna Šandručková za Českou republiku na 3. pozici, postupuje do semifinále, ale jiná dáma, to konkrétně Nizozemka Bustraová, která dokončila závod v čase 7 minut 56 vteřin a 8 setin. A abychom byli naprosto kompletní, tak se dostáváme do cíle také s reprezentantkou Zimbabwe, která zvládla protnout cílovou fotobuňku a právě teď ji tedy hodnotíme na 5. místě.
So on our screens now, it's the ever-impressive start of the men's eights as they work their way down the course. Here's the lineup then. We've got 2 heats with Italy going in lane 1 in heat 1, USA in lane 2, Serbia taking up lane 3 alongside Romania in lane 4, Czech Republic in lane 5, France in lane 6. I have to report that the host nation's boat has received a yellow card for discarding plastic bottles into the water. Please, crews, do not do that. But they are underway, and this is always such a spectacle. First across the line will make it directly into the A final. The remaining crews will contest the repechage. And Kat, still you over there?
Yeah, it's still me, Rob, and what a great race we've got in front of us here. It's the USA leading the way as they move from the 1250 metre mark through this all-important third quarter of the race. And the Italian boat have stayed in touch with the USA through the whole race. They've given themselves an opportunity to sprint hard in the closing stages and take that first place and that one qualifying slot to Sunday's A final. But just in these last few strokes, I think that chance is slipping away from them. The USA are moving so well, 30 strokes a minute, and that's just taken them clear now of Italy. They're coming through 1,500 metres. The USA have a length advantage over Italy.
Sleduje další závod, na který jsme se všichni velmi těšili. V dráze číslo 5 se představuje česká posádka ve složení Baldrian, Vikol, Dočekal, Vacek, Keller, Tiblík, Zobal, Kincel a na kormidle Zelenková Barbora. Aktuálně jsou na 3. pozici, nemají vůbec jednoduché soupeře a celkem se v posádkách mužů 8 představí 12 posádek. Znamená to, že pouze první posádka z tohoto závodu jde přímo do finále A a zatím to nejlépe vypadá pro posádku ze Spojených států amerických. Only the first crew going directly to final A. It seems really good for the team from the USA, Europe. I think they will stay in the first position.
Yeah, indeed. They look like they've, not fully taken control of this. There's still a good challenge coming from the Italians, but what a spectacle as they head down towards the finish line here in front of us.
Američané to mají rozjeté úplně nejlépe. Připomínali jsme ten tvrdý kvalifikační klíč, kdy jen 1/8 postupuje automaticky do finále. Česká republika aktuálně na 3. místě podle posledního mezičasu a tady to bude ještě velký souboj. V každém případě Američané postupují z první pozice.
Yeah, it's the USA taking first place. They cross the line a length and a bit just ahead of Italy in second place. In third place over in lane 5 is the Czech Republic. So the Czech Republic, along with the other crews, apart from the USA, will contest the Repechage. So USA it is finishing first place, direct passage to the A final.
Italové na 2. místě, Česká 8. na 3. pozici, to znamená také do oprav, ale byl to opravdu hodně těžký souboj s ostatními posádkami. Rumunsko 4., Francie 5., Srbsko na 6. místě. Jedinou postupující 8. přímo do finále je tedy 8. Spojených států amerických.
Here we are up at the start for the second heat of the under-23 men's 8. This is how they line up. It's Great Britain in lane 1, the Netherlands in lane 2, Ukraine in lane 3, Germany in lane 4, Poland in lane 5, Austria in lane 6. A Polish crew receiving a yellow card for a traffic rules violation. But they're all underway very quickly, very strongly, looking good, Kat.
Yeah, it looks absolutely great here, and we're zooming in on the crew in lane 1. That's Great Britain. They're stroked by Michael Dalton, coxed by Scott Cockle. And here we see them along side by side. Fabulous second heat here of the men's 8. It's a German crew who've moving well in this early stage. They're about to hit the first timing marker, and they've got about a 5-metre advantage ahead of Poland. That German crew is still up at 43 strokes a minute. It's looking good for them.
Yeah, what an exciting view. Lucky for us, the start was postponed by a few minutes, so we can enjoy the whole 2,000-meter mark, the battle between those crews. And what a exciting to see this race. Last year, the world champions was the Great Britain, so this could be the favorite, Kat, yeah?
Yeah, I've got to say they're one of the favoured crews along with this German crew. So on board the Great Britain crew have got 2 members of that gold medal winning crew from the last under-23 championships. In the middle of the boat, they've got Felix Drinkel, they've got Callum Sullivan in the heart of this boat. They know how to move a boat to win a championships. And this German crew, also so much experience. And it's Germany who lead the way through this first timing point. They've got a lot of returning members, half their crew returning members from the crew that placed 5th in the last under-23 World Championships, and they've got some gold medalists on board from junior level. So I've really been looking forward to see this Great Britain crew and the German crew go head to head. It's not disappointing at this stage. With 700 metres gone, there's 4 metres separating these crews. Jan, this is exciting racing.
Yeah, what an exciting battle to see. Now the British slowly narrowing that gap between the Germany and Great Britain. Máme 750 metrů za sebou, závodu 8. Závod byl lehce posunut o 2 minuty, což ale nám dává možnost sledovat celý závod od startu do konce. Aktuálně vyjel na o první pozici bojují posádky Velké Británie a Německa. Německá 8 vystartovala velice rychle ze startovního bloku a na 500-metrové trati projela jako první s časem 1 minuta 21 vteřin. Ale zdá se, že britská posádka teď tuto posádku z Německa dotahuje společně s nizozemskou 8, takže zdá se, že to bude velmi zajímavé až do cíle. So the British are now almost at the level with the German crew, so it might be tight till the finish line, Kat.
Yeah, Jan, I've got to agree with you. This is really close racing here, and it's Great Britain now with the advantage. We see those times coming through 1,000 metres, 0.59 seconds behind. That's the gap the Germans have got to make up if they want to take this one qualifying slot for Sunday's A final. But Great Britain really made their move there in that second quarter, and coming into this third quarter, they're holding on to the advantage. They've increased it to 7 metres now over Germany. This Great Britain crew, coached by Brendan Glidden of Oxford University, has done a great job to bring these guys together. 750 metres to go. They're still at 38 strokes a minute. Scott Cockle in the coxing seat, silver medalist in the Coxed 4 from the 2019 Under-23 Championships. Experienced cox on board. He's going to let his crew know just where they are in this race, and I'm sure they'll be pleased to find that that advantage over Germany is now increased to almost 3/4 of a length. Jan, it's looking good for Great Britain at this stage. Do you think Germany can make up the gap?
Yeah, we'll see in the upcoming 500 meters. But look at the Great Britain, how relaxed they look. They are actually rating the highest right now from all the crews, 38 strokes per minute. The Germany 37 right now is stepping up a bit. I guess that the German cox is right now really supporting his crew and wants to move a bit closer to the Great Britain. So the Great Britain is currently same speed as the Germany. So Kat, do you think that Germany will find some speed in their boat?
I certainly think they're going to look for it, Jan. I can't believe they're going to let this one go. They've got an opportunity here to fight for that first place. But I've got to agree with you, that style we've seen from the British through this first part of the race has really been loose. It's been relaxed. They're at 38 strokes a minute. They're making it look pretty easy. I just think they've got something left in there, and they'll be able to hold off any charge from the Germans. Rob, it's looking good from this Great Britain crew. I believe they're going to hold this to the line. How do you see it?
I admire your confidence, Kat, I have to say, because Germany are pushing, and as you suggest, they're going to be very keen to make something of this. Get a bit of a mental edge, maybe, over their British counterparts. But heading down to the line, still looking good for GB.
Britská posádka pohledem zvěže stále na první pozici, ale viděli jsme ten útok a atak německé posádky stejně jako Nizozemců. Vypadá to ale skutečně, že Britové si dojedou pro jistý postup do semifinále, respektive v tomto případě už finále mistrovství světa. Ano, Britové na první pozici.
Yeah, it's Great Britain by half a length ahead of Germany and the Netherlands. Absolutely bow ball to bow ball on that finish line. I'm going to wait for confirmation to confirm that second, third spot. Netherlands just pipping Germany to third. The Germans will not like that. Netherlands will love it. But it's Great Britain who qualify directly for the A final. Everyone else will go again in the repechage.
25 setin mezi druhými Nizozemci a třetími reprezentanty Německa. Nic to ale nemění na tom, že první místo a tedy jistý postup mezi osmami bere Velká Británie za 5 minut 39 sekund a 40 setin, tak jak to je zobrazeno také na obrazovce, abychom viděli také čtvrté Polsko, pátý tým Rakouska a šestou Ukrajinu. To jsou všechno osmi, který ještě musí do oprav tak, aby měli šanci bojovat i v další části světového šampionátu kategorie do 23 let.
So after all that excitement, we're going to take a little breather. The next race will get underway in 5 minutes' time. We've got preliminary races coming up, starting with the women's Coxed 4. That'll be at 5 minutes past the hour.
Vracíme se za 5 minut od tohoto momentu, ve 12 hodin a 5 minut, tedy další start světového šampionátu. Buďte dál společně s námi, protože nás čekají skvělé výkony a i hned ve 12 hodin a 5 minut také s českými reprezentantkami.
So we're underway once more with the women's Coxed 4. This is a preliminary race, or what's often referred to as a race for lanes, to determine who will take up which lane in the final. So all these crews will be in the final. It's just which lane they'll be taking up. Right now we have Ukraine in lane 1, Germany in 2, Romania lane 3, Italy in lane 4, the Czech Republic in lane 5, and the USA in lane 6. And we also have the USA in place in the commentary box in the guise of Colleen Saville.
Thank you very much, Rob. I have to say, I saw you taking a picture of the last GB8 going down the course, but I just want to remind you that in this event, which is the women's Coxed 4, that the United States is the defending champion out of Sarasota in 2019, so we'll have an eye on them. But at the moment, it's a good look for the Germans. They were quick off the line. They're holding that first place position, and as we can see, just a beautiful shot of truly how tightly packed the field is. But it's Germany with the lead not far behind them. Jan, I'm delighted to say, is the Czech Republic.
Yeah, Czech Republic right now in the second place. As the Rob said, all crews will be in the final, so this is the test for them. And for the Czech crew, it looks really good right now. It seems like jsme zhruba 500 metrů od startu závodu 4 s kormidelníkem. Do tohoto závodu se postavilo na start pouze 6 posádek, což znamená, že všechny posádky pojedou ve finále A. A velkou radost nám dělá aktuálně posádka z České republiky ve složení Kateřina Hartmanová, Josefína Lázničková, Natálie Choudová, Alžběta Zavedilová a na kormidle Barbora Matoušová, což je zkušená kormidelnice, která v loňském roce kormidlovala mužskou 8 a těsně po 500 metrech se dostávají na první pozici před posádkou Německa. Jinak to je velmi vyrovnaný závod a uvidíme, jak se to bude vyvíjet v dalších metrech. So the Czech Republic right now at the first position after the 500 meters, Colleen.
Yeah, it's fantastic, right? The local favorites will be absolutely thrilled. That's right. They were first to cross into the 500 meter down, and they're continuing to hold that lead. In hot pursuit, though, is Germany. The Czech Republic up at about 37 strokes per minute, which is quite high. So we'll see if they continue to use the stroke rate to maintain that position. They'll have to keep an eye out, though, for Germany over in lane 2. Germany just a touch behind them and down at about 33 strokes per minute or so. Romania certainly not to be left out of it, and then it's over to the USA, so just ever so tight between Romania and the United States. And Italy, of course, keeping themselves in it as well, so that means that at the moment the only crew a little bit off the pace here is Ukraine, and not quite in the picture, but a gorgeous shot here of lane 2. That's the Germans. They're still behind the Czech, though, Jan, so Czech Republic able to hold on. Can the Czech Republic hold this 37 stroke per minute down the line?
I hope they will hold it the whole 2,000 meters. But I'm quite excited to see at the first position Czech crew. But still, it's really tight. I'm really looking forward for the final. It will be really tight battle for the medals. We are just crossing 1,000 meter mark. A právě blížíme do druhé poloviny závodu, kde stále na respektive i druhém místě je posádka České republiky, teď se před ní dostává právě posádka Německa, ale stále je to velmi vyrovnaný souboj. Uvidíme potom ve finále, jak se k tomu posádky postaví, s jakou formou nastoupí do finálového závodu. Aktuálně na 3. místě je posádka z USA a dokonce dvě členky této 4 s kormidelníkem studují v USA. Josefína Lázničková na univerzitě ve Wisconsinu, Natálie Choudová v Ohiu, což nám říká, že tato posádka spolu vesluje teprve několik měsíců a je to pro ně tedy velmi dobrý výsledek.
And such a battle happening. So indeed, Germany able to overtake the Czech Republic. So they're holding on now to that first place position. These athletes in the German shell, well, they know each other quite well. They've raced together. In fact, they all, 4 of the 5 of them, 5 including the Coxswain, took third at the Junior World Championships in 2019 in the Junior Women's Straight 4. And so now seeing them, a bit over the field, about a half a length or so over the Italian Italians, perhaps not too surprising. We're closing in, though, just shy of the 500-meter mark to go. It continues to be Germany, starting to lengthen out a little bit, and it's a good look for the Italians who have managed to bring themselves earlier from fourth at that 1,000-meter mark, now running second. So ever so tight. The Czech Republic, though, Jan, still staying in it, which is exciting. They'll have to look out for the Romanians, though.
Yeah, definitely. Right now, the Romanians are closing the gap between to the Czech Republic, but so they are moving on the third position, and Czech Republic right now at the fourth position, unfortunately for us. But we'll see, it's still not the end of the race, and maybe they will find some speed in the last final 400 meters. But look at the Germans, how smooth their rowing again looks together with the Italian. They are more dynamic under the water. The Germans still nice and clean.
Yeah, the Germans at a long 33 or so strokes per minute, so they're really getting it done with power, aren't they? The Italians a couple of beats higher. As Rob mentioned at the top of this race, this is a preliminary race, so it is a race for lanes, for the priority lane, but it also gives the crews an opportunity to really measure their speed and their tactics against one another. So, you know, while this doesn't necessarily beyond the lanes have too much of an impact, it is a chance, as we've mentioned, pride, to get out there and to really test your speed against one another. So, Rob, as we come through the 250, what do you think as we consider that test? Will the Italians try to overtake the Germans?
Beautifully explained that, I have to say, Colleen. Yeah, difficult to say, isn't it? I think the Germans, they look so comfortable, they look so self-assured. I'm not sure they're going to let the Italians get past them.
Připomínám, že postupují všechny posádky do velkého áčkového finále v souboji o medaile. Teď se pojďme podívat ale na to, jakým způsobem se jim daří právě v rozjížďce, která určí také tempo a to, jakým způsobem by to mohlo vypadat u souboji o zlatou medaili. Zatím jedou výborně Italky, Němky. Italky si ale pojedou pravděpodobně v této rozjížďce pro první místo.
Well, what do I know? Who's come through to finish this in first place? It is the Italians. They have pipped Germany to first. It's the Italians in second, and I think just taking third place over in lane 5, it might well be the Czech Republic. USA, the reigning champions, coming home way back. Perhaps they felt that they didn't need to put too much effort into this. Interesting, isn't it? To be lovely to know the mindsets of these crews and what their tactics were in this. But a terrific finish there in first place from Italy, Germany in second, Czech Republic in third for this race for lanes for the A final of the women's Coxed 4.
Šlo tedy především o to, jakým způsobem se nám rozdělí papírové předpoklady také do velkého finále. Italky na prvním, německé závodnice na druhém místě a Česká republika na třetí pozici. Složení Kateřina Hartmanová, Josefína Lázničková, Natálie Chourová, Alžběta Zavadilová a kormidelnice Barbora Matoušová. To jsou české reprezentantky, které budou bojovat také o co nejlepší výsledek.
So it's the men's Coxed 4 preliminary race, same deal, race for lanes for the A final. The USA going in lane 1, Netherlands in lane 2, France taking up lane 3 alongside Italy in lane 4. In lane 5 it's Germany and Ireland taking up lane 6. Early stages on this one, actually they're coming down pretty fast, aren't they?
Yeah, that's right. We're just at about halfway is where you join us, Rob, and I'm excited to share that the USA is currently running first. They were first to pass through the 500-meter mark and the 1,000. And as Jan pointed out to me, the coxswain of the USA shell, that's James Catalano, is celebrating a birthday today. So wouldn't it be nice to come in first in this preliminary race for his birthday? The USA crew coached by Justin Jones. So they're coming through then with just about 750 meters to go. USA continuing to lead. The Netherlands, though, probably the closest to them, Ireland, and then over to the Netherlands. So a nice look at the full field here, but USA with the advantage.
Třeba zbývá posledních 600 metrů závodu 4 s kormidelníkem mužů. Česká republika nepostavila posádku v tomto závodě a nebude tedy bojovat o medaile. Jedná se opět o závod, o dráhy, testovací závod. To znamená, že všechny posádky uvidíme také ve finále. Aktuálně na první pozici je loď z Spojených států amerických a na kormidle máme Catalano Jamese, který dnes slaví narozeniny a což by si nadělil velmi krásný dárek k dnešnímu dni.
Now, 500 meters to go, the USA, again, to cross first, so quick off the line. They've been able to hold that pace. Eric Spinka stroking that shell, and he's the only one really of this bunch that we've seen on the international stage. We last saw him at the U23 Championships in 2019, finishing 6th in the A final in the junior men's straight 4. So good experience from stroke, but nice to see the rest of these stepping up to make that debut. Now, we'll have to look out for Ireland. This is not shocking. I love watching Ireland, but especially watching them in the last 500 meters, and look at them sprint. They're up to 38 strokes per minute, and in fact, they're moving at just about the same speed, if not faster, than the USA. So Rob, as we come into the final 250 meters, is Ireland sending a message to the US, and will the US hold it?
Ireland very much sending a message to the US, and I love watching them too. I think it's a great comment you made there, Colleen. It's an Irish name, of course. So it is the USA still holding out in front. Ireland putting up that challenge, though.
Tratě 1 a 6, vidíme tam největší favority, nejvíce zabírají a respektive nejrychleji se to daří Američanům a také Irové, kteří jsou z pohledu diváků, kteří sledují obrazovku na té druhé straně. Američané ale jedou pro první místo a bude to jasně hozená rukavice všem soupeřům také ve finále.
Yeah, USA going to hold on to that first place just. Ireland still upping their rate. They're going to come home in second place, 3/4 of a length back. And then just a quarter of a length behind Ireland in lane 5, it's Germany. So those are the first 3 finishers in this men's Coxed 4 in this race for lanes for the A final.
Americká 4 s kormidelníkem tedy na první pozici za 6 minut 15 vteřin a 12 setin, o 2 vteřiny a 8 desetin zpátky Irové, kteří jeli velmi dobře druhou polovinu trati, Němci na 3., Nizozemci na 4., Italové pravděpodobně na 5. a Francouzi na 6. místě. Ano, takhle je to v tuto chvíli také potvrzeno, co se týká oficiálních výsledků. V každém případě platí, že všechny posádky uvidíme ve finále.
Into our final preliminary race, it's the lightweight women's quadruple sculls. Only 3 crews will be contesting this A final. And in this preliminary race, it's Germany who take up lane 1, with the USA in lane 2, Italy in lane 3. And in terms of taking this one, Colleen, because there are only 3 crews, is there a huge advantage to coming first, second and third here?
Oh, Rob, it depends on who you ask, doesn't it? If you ask the athletes, and I'm sure they'd tell you, yeah, it doesn't matter, but I'd like my bow to be on the right side of the finish line if I had the choice. And so I think the other thing to consider in these preliminary races is that these are the best, under 23 athletes across the world, and so it is in their nature to compete. And if you put them side by side, especially after a COVID year, that's all that they want to do. And so we have a look at across the field, the Italians who are up at 37 strokes per minute, and in fact, all 3 crews up that high. I think they're here to race on. What do you think?
Yeah, as you said, Colin, we're seeing the best under 23 athletes at the world, and actually those 3 crews were the medal crews in the under 23 championship in 2019. And the first place that year was Italy, second place was Germany, and the third place was USA. And that's the order we see right now in front of our screens at the field, at the rowing venue. Sledujeme další závod o dráhy. Do tohoto závodu nastoupily pouze 3 posádky. Jedná se o párové 4 žen lehkých vah. Závodnice tedy musí mít 2 hodiny před startem váhu 57 kg v průměru na posádku, maximálně na jednoho člena 59 kg. A přestože, i když se jedná závod o pouze 3 posádek, jedná se o velmi kvalitní závodnice. Tyto posádky byly všechny medailové na poslední mistrovství světa do 23 let v roce 2019. Získali medaily, na prvním místě se tehdy umístily Italky, na druhém místě Němky a na 3. místě Lloyd z Ameriky. A to je přesně pořadí, které právě sledujeme i v tomto závodě. So crossing the middle of the race, Italy's at the front.
That's right, crossing into the second 1,000, exactly right, Jan. It continues to be Italy. And one notable mention, I think, is the bow seat in the Italian shell. That's Greta Martinelli. She is on a winning streak, and no doubt she'll be looking to continue that winning streak this week. She finished first in the lightweight women's quad at World Cup 3, and she, at the Under-23 World Championships in 2019, she was first in the lightweight women's quad as well. So, first at the World Championship in 2019 in the lightweight women's quad. So a lot of gold medals for her. And so I think, with her and her teammates in this quad, we can expect great things. This is just the preliminary race, but we're now moving into the third quarter, and it's looking good for Italy start to finish.
Yeah, what impressive results for the Italian crew, as you mentioned, Colin. But the gaps are quite large, so I don't expect any fast racing in the end. Maybe the Italian crew will slowly hold their position. It's about 600 meters till the finish line, but we can see that the Italian crew is still the fastest one moving at the venue right now, rating 36, which is also the highest from all the competitors. Probably they will try to go as fast as they can in this race.
Yeah, I think we can expect a sprint out of the Italians in the last 250 meters. I think, like the Irish, they are just known for rowing it high and gutsy racing. A nice rhythm coming out of that Italian shell. We can see quick into the water, a lot of swing, and that rhythm now carrying them through into the final 500 meters. It's then Germany running second as we see Germany coming through into their final 500 meters. Germany at about 35 strokes per minute, and then the USA now crossing into the final 500 at about 34. This USA shell making their international debut, and some good experience out of the German shell as well. In fact, one of the crew members in the German shell finished second behind that bow seat that we talked about, Greta Martinelli, in the Under-23 World Championships last year. So she'll remember her from the podium. For now, though, as we approach the final 250 meters, it's been Italy from the front. They're now crossing into that red buoy zone. What do you think, Rob? Will they take it up for show, or will they hold it here in these final 200 or so meters?
Oh, Colin, that's the sort of question I might have asked you. I'm going to wait and see. Mira might have a clearer idea about this. Let's just see how they're going to do. They may feel that they want to prove a point, but they're probably going to do that anyway by taking this race pretty comfortably, I think.
Italky mají ve svých řadách Gretu Martinelliovou, závodnici, která loni vybojovala právě v téhleté disciplíně s dalšími kolegyněmi první místo a zlatou medaili na mistrovství Evropy. Také je to mistryně světa z roku 2019 v kategorii do 23 let a Italky v tuto chvíli jedou suverénně na první pozici. Opět platí, že závodnice postupují všechny do finále, protože tady máme 3 posádky, to už bylo řečeno. Co nebylo řečeno, jsou také konkrétní výsledky téhleté jízdy. Italky budou na první pozici, na druhém místě rozhodně, pokud se nestane nic neočekávaného, Němky a závodnice ze Spojených států amerických pozice číslo 3.
Well, I think Italy remained pretty steady as they came through a good 4-5 lengths ahead of the boat in second place in lane 1 here. That's Germany. So Italy in first place, Germany coming home in second, USA coming down in third in this race for lanes for the lightweight women's quadruple sculls.
Závodnice Spojených států teď už mohly v klidu a v pohodě dojet tak, aby se soustředili také na souboj o medaile. Jak bylo řečeno i mým parťákem Honzou Hájkem, jsou to právě tyto 3 posádky, které dokázaly býti medailovými v předcházejících letech a v těch velkých vrcholných akcích. Pohled na Italky, které zvítězily časem 6 minut 46 sekund a 32 setin. Na druhém místě německá posádka jako třetí posádka Spojených států amerických.
So that's it for the race for lanes, and indeed all the heats now completed. We move into the second phase of these 2021 World Rowing Under-23 Championships from Racice here in the Czech Republic, day 2, and that means that the repechages are now getting underway from yesterday's results, and we're starting with the lightweight women's pair with the Czech Republic in lane 1, Ukraine in lane 2, the United States of America taking up lane 3 alongside Turkey in lane 4, and Peru Peru in lane 5. In yesterday's heats, Italy and Germany progressed direct to the A final. 4 more places up for grabs here between 5 crews. How cruel could this one be?
Oh, it's a great point, Rob, because it is, Jan and I were just remarking how cruel it truly is. So it's positions 1 through 4 of this repechage will advance to final A. So that means that 1 crew is out and in fact eliminated. So you don't want to come in 5th in this race, and 1 through 4 will get you to the A final. As we look across the field, well, it's been changing. We're now into the second half of the race, but the results from the first 500 meter mark compared to the 1,000, well, they flipped around quite a bit. So Turkey was quite quick off the line, but it's currently the USA leading, as we can see, out of lane 1. Then it's over to Peru out of lane 2. Turkey running 3rd. It's Ukraine running 4th. And Jan, will the Czech Republic have another gear to get out of that 5th place position?
We'll see in a few moments. Sledujeme právě závod opravných jízd žen lehkých vah, dvojek bez kormidelnice. A musím říct, že zde opravdu krutý klíč do postupu do finále. Pouze jedna posádka nepostoupí do finále, což pro ní znamená konec na tomto mistrovství světa. Ve finále už je Itálie a Německo a těmto posádkám se přidají 4 další. 5. místo tedy nepostupuje a končí na tomto mistrovství světa. Bohužel pro Českou republiku zatím to vypadá, že na 5. místě je loď ve složení Nikola Vičíková, Tereza Cihelková. Zbývá nám zhruba 500 metrů do konce a ta ztráta již je 6 vteřin na postupovou pozici. Nicméně uvidíme, co se stane v posledních 500 metrech. Kdokoliv může chytit kraba a tím pádem by se zpomalil jejich postup a holky by se i mohly dostat na to 4. místo. So the USA still in the lead.
The USA holding the lead. Yeah, indeed. That's Bonnie Pushner and Lindsay Rush. Lindsay Rust just missed the podium in the women's Coxed 4 that finished 4th at the 2019 Junior World Championships in Tokyo. So indeed, she'll be looking to get onto the podium in this event. Nice long rhythm, keeping the stroke rate up at a 37 or so. So certainly racing it as they approach this red buoy zone. Czech Republic, the locals will be disappointed, Rob. It's looking like the Czech Republic won't advance, barring any magic in the last 250.
Well, a little bit of Czech magic would be lovely to see, wouldn't it? But I think, if we're being really realistic about it, Colleen, it's looking a little bit late for them now, but they will have gained terrific experience from competing here on their home course as well, and that will have filled them with pride too. But in terms of how it's going up front, well, it's looking very much like it's the USA's race here.
Dvojskyv lehkých vah mezi ženami a 1. a 4. místo, které postupuje do finále a do souboje o medaile na mistrovství světa kategorie do 23 let. Závodnice ze Spojených států jsou stále nejrychlejší a nic se na tom pravděpodobně měnit nebude ani v následné fázi závodu. Na 2. místě reprezentantky Peru, Ukrajina na 3., Turecko na 4. a Česká republika zatím na 5. pozici. 2 české závodnice, konkrétně tedy Nikola Vičíková a Tereza Cihelková. Teď už ale 1. místo a Spojené státy suverénně. Lídrovská pozice, která postupuje do finále a je to velký příslib, platí to také pro reprezentantky Peru. V tuto chvíli tedy ještě souboje o 3., 4. a také na závěr 5. místo české reprezentantky Nikola Vičíková, Tereza Cihelková v tuto chvíli tedy na světovém šampionátu na 5. pozici, co se týká oprav a konkrétně dvojskyv lehkých vah žen.
Thank you, Mira. A lovely race and great to see the Czechs performing so well, but I'm afraid just missing out on this occasion. It's the USA crossing the line in first place, so they qualify along with Peru, Turkey and Ukraine into the A final where they'll join Italy and Germany. So the next race already underway. It's Repechage 1 of the lightweight men's pair with Mexico in lane 1, Germany in 2, the USA in 3, Serbia in lane 4, Austria in lane 5. First 2 will progress to the A final where they'll join China and Uzbekistan, who both qualified in the heats. USA were fastest of all these crews in those heats, Colleen, and I'm sure you'd like them to stick to that pedigree.
Well, I'm delighted to tell the Americans and the U.S. fans that as we move into the third quarter of the race, which is where you join us, the USA leads. Now, credit to Mexico. Mexico not currently running first anymore at the 1,000-meter mark. They were running second, but they've slipped, it looks like, back into third. Mexico was quickest off the line, but the USA able to build speed as they now approach the 750 meters mark to go. Now, this repechage, a little bit more forgiving than what we just saw. It's the top two to final A, and the repechage is just so exciting because that means this is the last chance for these athletes to contest for spots 1 through 6 in the world. Germany making sure that they're putting themselves in a position to do just that, but Jan, in hot pursuit behind them is Serbia out of lane 4.
Sledujeme teď aktuálně závod dvojek bez kormidelníků lehkých mužů a představí se 2 opravné jízdy. V druhé opravné jízdě uvidíme českou posádku, ale z těchto jízd postupují 2 posádky do finále. Aktuálně na té postupové jízdě v první opravce je loď z Spojených států amerických, ale vytváří se tam zajímavý souboj o tu druhou postupovou pozici mezi lodí z Německa a Srbska. Pretty tight battle between the Germany and Serbia. Colleen?
Yeah, that's right, Jan, isn't it? And they're both up at 38, 39 strokes per minute. Serbia kicks it up to 39. Serbia moving a little bit slower, though, than Germany, I'm afraid, so they'll really have to do something special now if they want to sprint into one of those top 2 positions. And, of course, in these moments, even the USA will have to look out, right? Because as the battle happens behind them to hold that position, they'll want to make sure that they execute their own sprint. It's top 2, so it's looking like the USA is safe for now, but Germany doing everything they can to push themselves away from Serbia, and just a nice look here then at the US and the Serbian shell over just next to them. But it is the USA running first, it's Germany running second. We've moved into the red buoy zone, so it's the last 250 meters, Rob, for Serbia to do something. Looks like Germany, no way, they're not letting that happen.
I don't think they'll let them through, Colleen, will they? They're, a good sort of 3 seconds, 2 or 3 seconds behind them now, Serbia. But we've seen stranger things happen on this very day, so there's still a little way to go down to the line. But it's USA in first place, Germany in that second A final slot.
Američané jedou výborně od prvního mezičasu, od prvních 500 metrů je můžeme vidět na první pozici, minimálně to tak platilo po posledním mezičasu na 1500 metrů a v tuto chvíli už se dostáváme do poslední 60. Je to souboj, ale rozhodně ne dramatický, protože německá dvojka to nestihne, to znamená Američané na první pozici.
Yeah, USA taking it by half a length ahead of Germany in second place, and just a length behind is the Serbian crew. I say Austrian crew, actually. I think Serbia had realised that their lot was gone. Austria coming home in third, so those crews will contest the B final, but it is USA and Germany who will join Chile and Uzbekistan in that A final. 2 more crews to be decided in the next repechage.
V rámci světového šampionátu kategorie do 23 let se teď pohybujeme v opravách a platí to tedy i pro tyto jízdy. První 2 posádky postupují do finále a platí to tedy pro posádky Spojených států amerických a Německa.
And that next repechage is now underway with those final 2 A final slots up for grabs between these 4 crews. The Czech Republic are in lane 1. Hungary taking up lane 2. Italy, the quickest of these crews in the heats, are in lane 3, with Moldova in lane 4. Can we put a little bit of hope towards the home nation in this one, do you think, Colleen?
I think there's a good chance. I'm sure Jan can tell us a bit more about this crew in just a moment, but indeed, there's always a home court advantage, so to speak, isn't there? The Czech crew up at 38 strokes per minute, and we kind of look across the field. Of course, it's Italy leading as we come through that halfway point, and Italy getting it done through the water with power at about a 36 and moving quite nicely. Then it's Hungary running second, then over to the Czech Republic in third, Moldova running fourth.
Yeah, I would love to see the Czech crew in the first or second position, which would mean that they would go to the final A. but this crew is quite young, and they formed it just this year, so they don't row together for a long time. And it's nice to see them at least in the third position fighting with the Moldavia. Maybe we'll see that they might close slowly the gap on the second position. Sledujeme druhou opravnou jízdu mužů lehkých vah, dvojek bez kormidelníka. A na dráze číslo 1 máme českou posádku ve složení Martin Dufek a Adam Lízal na štroku. Je to posádka kluků z Brna, z brněnského klubu, a toto mistrovství světa je pro ně premiérou a možná i pro někoho nějakým splněným snem, že se vůbec na mistrovství světa dostali. Jsou to oba dva mladí veslaři a spolu veslují teprve tento rok poprvé se dali dohromady. Takže i tak pro ně jsou to cenné zkušenosti, které snad vydrží do dalších let, pokud nám budou veslovat i do dalšího roku.
And just a nice rhythm then from the Italians, just very clean now into the third quarter and looking for that final 500-meter mark. Now, this combination has rowed together quite a bit this spring. In fact, they took bronze at World Cup 3, so rowing at the senior level category at the European Championships earlier this year. They took silver in the lightweight men's pair. Some good junior experience from these athletes as well. So perhaps not surprising to see them leading this repechage. I'm sure they would have preferred advancing directly from the heat, but certainly making it known that they belong in the A final. It's exactly what they're doing. And again, it's top two to advance, so continues to be Italy and Hungary.
Yeah, they're still leading this lightweight men's pair. For me, this is a special category because I won at the Under-23 Championship a gold medal in 2014. Yeah, it's almost 7 years, but still, it's a nice.
That's fantastic.
Yeah, it's a nice to remember. But right now, the Italy looks really strong. Rob, what a nice rowing from this duo from the Italy.
Yeah, they do look so good, don't they? And many congratulations, Jan. One of your many achievements, I know, as a Czech rower. But let's keep our eyes on this one. See how the Czech Republic are faring as well here. But it is Italy out in front at the moment. Remember, it's the first two go through to the A final. Hungary still in possession of that second spot.
Česká dvojka Martin Dufek a Adam Lízal aktuálně na 3. pozici. To by byla první nepostupové místo, co se týká postupu do finále světového šampionátu. Nejrychlejší stále Italové, Maďaři na 2. místě. Na tom už se nic měnit nebude. Pojďte si společně s námi vychutnat dojezd a skvělou techniku právě italské dvojice, která dokázala mít už velké úspěchy v minulých letech. Simone Fasoli a Simone Mantegazza, tedy 1. místo a jasný postup ve dvojce lehkých vah do finále světového šampionátu.
Yeah, it's Italy across in first place, a good 5 or so lengths ahead of Hungary in second. So those two crews will join Chile, Uzbekistan, the USA and Germany in the A final. Czech Republic coming home here in lane 1. They will contest the B final, and there is no shame in that whatsoever. And along with Moldova, they will be contesting places 7 onwards in the lightweight men's pair.
Čeští reprezentanti Martin Dufek a Adam Lízal tedy na 3. místě, to je místo, které už je nepostupové, co se týká velkého finále. Čeští reprezentanti, kteří mají ale rozhodně ještě celou kariéru před sebou. Italové a Maďaři tedy postupují.
We now have 2 repechage in the women's pair. This again for a place in the final. Czech Republic are in lane 1 once again. France take up lane 2. In lane 3, it's the USA. Lithuania are in lane 4 with Ukraine in lane 5. First 2 across the line will join Spain and Croatia so far in the A final. How's it looking out there, Colleen?
Oh, it's a complete battle, Rob. As we look across the screen, you can see just how tightly packed. There's 2 spots for Final A. We see these 3 boats just so level in contention for that position. So yes, the USA leading, but quite the battle between Lithuania and France. France in lane 2, Lithuania out of lane 4. They're ever so close. And of course, Jan, the Czech Republic, not to be left out, they're right in the mix as well. So what can we expect, do you think, at 1,000 meters down?
Yeah, the Czech Republic had a really nice start. Now they are in a battle for the second position. As you said, Rob, again, Czech Republic in the lane number 1. Seems like this line is just made this afternoon for the Czech crews. But the Kropáčková and the Podrazilová are quite experienced duo. They have raced in the junior championships, brought some medals, like Podrazilová Eliška won the junior championship in 2019 in Tokyo. Sledujeme druhou polovinu závodu dvojek bez kormidelnic, opravek. Jedná se opět o 2 jízdy opravných jízd a první 2 postupují do finále A. A na dráze číslo 1 vidíme veslařky z České republiky. Ve složeně Nikola Kropáčková na háčku a Lotě Štrokovaná Eliškou Podrazilovou na štroku. Eliška Podrazilová je vítězkou této disciplíny v juniorských letech v roce 2019. Získala mistrovský titul v Tokiu společně s Anou Šantruškou, kterou jsme mohli vidět dopoledne. A i společně v roce 2018 vybojovali stříbrnou medaili na olympijských hrách mládeže v Buenos Aires. Aktuálně jsou na 4. pozici a bohužel se jim vzdaluje ta dvojce prvních 2 posádek Ameriky a Francie, který aktuálně jsou na těch postupových pozicích.
So over the last few hundred meters, we've seen France really start to pull up, not quite level with the USA, but certainly looking to do so. So the US has held that first place position over since the 1,000-meter mark, but France on the move. The US up at 39 strokes per minute. And when we look at the USA's stroke, especially Lucy Coven, just a lot of layback. So yes, while they're high, they're at almost 40 strokes per minute now at 39, doing everything they can to get length in the water. That said, the French are on the move. They're 4 beats lower, and they're starting to pull up level in the final 500 meters. So it's 2 boats to advance to final A, certainly looking like the USA and France as they break away from the rest of the field, including Lithuania, the Czech Republic, and the Ukraine. It's looking like those 2 boats will be the ones to go. They were about 5 seconds apart from each other in the heats. The US was in the first heat, France was in heat 2. So now that they've lined up just alongside each other, certainly testing their speed, testing tactics against one another. The USA, though, Jan, we can see, didn't quite like that, so a bit of a response to France. The USA now up at 40 strokes per minute, so 6 beats higher than the French.
Yeah, what a fierce tempo right now from the USA. I think the USA makes you proud right now, leading the first repechage in this category, women's pair. So Rob, the pair from USA leading the way right now.
Yeah, they're going well, aren't they? Looking very strong and fairly convinced, I think, fairly assured that they're going to make it. And France looking like the strongest challengers behind them. Quite a gap between France and Lithuania in third. As you rightly say, it's first and second, the all meaningful places to qualify for that A final.
Sledujeme tedy dvojku bez kormidelníka žen, platí to samé, co v této disciplíně u mužů. Pouze 1. a 2. místo postupuje do finále české reprezentantky aktuálně na 5. místě. Američanky, kterým se skutečně hodně daří, obě 20leté reprezentantky své země, které si neohroženě jedou pro 1. místo. Velmi dobře jsou na tom také Francouzsky, na posledním mezičase ztráceli na Američanky 1 vteřinu a 3 desetiny. Tak tady je to jasně dané, Američanky na 1. a reprezentantky Francie na 2. postupovém místě.
USA crossed the line in first place, 2.5 lengths back. It's France in second. So it's the USA and France who qualify for the A final, where they'll join Spain and Croatia. 2 more crews to be decided in the next repechage. The other crews from this race will contest final B.
Se světovým šampionátem se v této disciplíně pak loučí české reprezentantky Nikola Kropáčková a Eliška Podrazilová. České závodnice, které bojovaly opravdu, co to šlo, nakonec končí v této opravě na 5. místě. Američanky a Francouzsky 1. a 2. postupové místo.
So here is that second repechage of the women's pair, 4 crews contesting 2 A final slots. Denmark in lane 1, Canada in lane 2, Germany in 3, and Austria in lane 4. Colleen, who is going to join Spain, Croatia, USA, and France in the final
So
of the women's pair?
It's looking, Rob, it's incredible because it's looking like it could be either Canada or it could be Denmark, Austria, the only crew that's a little bit off the pace. Germany's had a great regatta. They're showing good speed in this Repechage 2 of the women's pair. But such a battle happening between Canada, Denmark a little bit behind them, so they'll have some catching up to do. They're a couple of beats higher than the Canadian crew, but I don't think as we just move into the second half that Canada necessarily has it. And in fact, we can see Canada maybe starting to press into Germany a little bit, although they're moving very similar speeds. Germany about 1 beat lower, a little bit more length out of that shell. So I think the question becomes then, as we move into the third quarter, does Denmark decide to go now, knowing this is their last chance into the A final, or do they kind of cruise where they're at? I think time will tell. Third quarter of the race, Germany leading, Canada running second, then it's Denmark and over to Austria.
Sledujeme druhou opravnou jízdu dvojek bez krmilnic a nás bude zajímat, které posádky vyzvou naši dvojci Elišku Podrazilou a Nikolu Kropáčkou v bojích o 7. až 12. místo v tomto závodě. Zatím na prvních pozicích, první a druhé pozici jsou posádky z Kanady a Německa a lehce za nimi je posádka z Dánska, která se určitě ještě v posledních částech tohoto závodu bude snažit dohnat na aktuálně druhou posádku z Kanady. Posádka Dánska jede poměrně klidné tempo a začíná se kousek po kousku přibližovat k posádce z Kanady, takže můžeme očekávat možná i zajímavý závěr tohoto závodu. So the Denmark right now at the third position, which means that they wouldn't qualify for the final A. But Colin, I like their style. I think they are great speeding up right now.
Yeah, that's right. We can take a look at the speed here that we have just in front of us, and it looks like Denmark doing everything they can. They've kicked it up to about 35 strokes per minute, while Canada and Germany are at a nice long 33. I think one thing to note too, just in terms of the battle that's happening up at the front between Canada and Germany, is that Canada, they posted a very similar time to Germany in the heats, but we're just about a half a second faster, and so you can kind of imagine the nerves and the excitement as they launched for this race, and now with the opportunity to line up just next to each other. Germany continuing to hold that advantage, though. We see these two boats maintaining that qualifying position. It's not looking like Canada will have to sprint too much, but of course, yes, Denmark looking sharp as well. So again, the question remains that we've had really over the last 1,000 meters or so. Will Denmark find another level? We're 250 to go, so I'm afraid they're starting to run out of water, and if they had it, they likely would have already kicked it up. So Rob, continues to be Germany, Canada running second, then Denmark through that final 250 meter mark. Will Canada show us a sprint and try to put their bow ahead?
Yeah, quite possibly, and they might need to do that anyway just to really hold off that Danish threat, but they're a good couple of seconds behind them, the Danes, so it is looking good for Canada and Germany up in front.
Dánská dvojka, která bezesporu bojuje, zatím je aktuálně na třetí pozici. První místo pro Němky, na druhém místě Kanaďanky. Opět platí jen první a druhé místo postupuje. Ostatní dvojky pak končí na mistrovství světa kategorie do 23 let. Poslední desítky metrů. Německá dvojka, která jede teď na první pozici. Kanaďanky lehce stahují. Ten rozdíl na posledním mezičase byl zhruba 1 vteřinu a 4 desetiny. Němky a Kanaďanky ale postup do finále.
Well, Canada did most certainly take up the rate, and they just take second place, half, 3/4 of a length behind Germany. That won't matter to them one jot. It's Germany and Canada who go through to the A final, where they'll join Spain, Croatia, the USA and France. For Denmark and Austria, well, they'll be contesting the B final.
Vydechující německé závodnice, které si s tím ale poradili velmi dobře, a v tuto chvíli ještě závěrečné 4. místo. To jsou Rakušanky, které také především sbírají zkušenosti pro další šampionáty a další roky. Ještě jednou tedy potvrzení těch, které postupují, jsou to dvojky Německa a Kanady z 1. a 2. místa.
We're moving on to the first repechage of the men's pair, and it's a place in the semi-finals that's up for grabs here. First three across the line will make it through. The other crews will go into the C final, so there is a lot at stake here. Lining up with Slovenia in lane 1, Spain taking up lane 2, alongside Uruguay in lane 3. In lane 4, it's Greece, and lane 5, Uzbekistan. So here is the scene at the start. The crews lined up. The bows being held in place. Okay, I understand that in fact that race has been postponed. So we are going to go to race number 63 on your hymn sheets. That's repechage 2 in the men's pair, so that's why there's been a slight delay. This is due to go off at 10 to the hour. And this is how they line up for this one, with the USA in lane 1, Denmark in lane 2, Germany in 3, Romania in 4, South Africa lane 5, the Czech Republic in lane 6. So just a reminder, first three across the line into the AB semi-final. The remaining crews will contest the C final. So they're underway in this repechage number 2. Repechage 1 has been delayed till 1:30. That will take place at 1:30, so we won't know the full lineup until then. But I think Colleen has gone for a little breather. Kat has taken over alongside Jan. Kat, interesting scenes here.
Hi, Rob. Yeah, interesting scenes. And moving straight into this second repechage, we get a treat because we get to see the whole race here on screen. And it's been a really nice start here for the Danish crew in lane 2 and also the German crew. These guys have shot out the blocks. Germany in that yellow boat in the middle of your screen, just edging their bow wall ahead at this early stage. It's a nice rhythm from them, nice clean rowing. And their rating looking almost sedate. They're at 40 strokes a minute, but the Romanians just behind them still at 46 in comparison. So through 250, and Germany have just got a little advantage over the rest of the field.
Yeah, the Germany is currently having the advantage. They rate 38 strokes per minute. And the Romanians and the Czechs are the ones that has the highest rate right now, 44 respectively, 43 strokes per minute. So really high rating. The Czech Republic right now in the lane number 6. Jan Šimkovský as a bow and Albert Saban as a stroke of this boat. So we have seen so far the Czech crews in lane number 1. Now it's the opposite of this when you at lane number 6.
Yeah, they're up there in lane 6, Jan, and they're looking great at this stage of the race. So they're sitting there at the moment in 3rd place, and we've got 3 crews to go through to the AB semi-final. I'm sure they'll be wanting to take one of those slots to qualify with a potential spot in the A final or the B final later on in the week. So here that timing through the first marker, Schubert and Conrad of Germany going through in a 1:36 with the Romanians just a second behind. It's a nice style here from these Germans, isn't it? Conrad in the stroke seat, setting that up really well. It looks really smooth and rhythmic.
Yeah, really smooth and long stroke. Really looking relaxed compared to the Romanians that are speeding up right now at the rate 39, which I would tell also is quite typical for the Romanian pairs that can also sometimes have a sustained rate above 40 during whole 2000 meter mark. Sledujeme druhou opravnou jízdu dvojek mužů. První opravná jízda byla posunuta na konec dnešního závodního dne na 13:30. Proto tedy máme možnost sledovat celý závod této opravné jízdy, který nás velmi zajímá, jako na dráze 6 je dvojce Jan Šimkovský a Albert Saban z České republiky. Tato dvojce spolu již závodila v roce 2019 a i v roce 2020, v roce 2019 byli poprvé spolu na mistrovství Evropy do 23 let, odkud si přivezli 4. místo. Aktuálně z této jízdy postupují první 3 posádky do semifinále A, B a tedy možnosti účasti ve finále A, což znamená boj o medaile. Aktuálně ovšem Šimkovský Jan s Albertem Sabanem drží 4. pozici.
coming through 1,000 meters now. Germany going to go through ahead of Romania. And South Africa have emerged through that second quarter as a third place crew here. The crews behind them still in touch with the race, but South Africans have moved on well at that stage, currently sitting in that third qualifying slot. Seeing them move away from the 1,000 meter mark here, you see the Germans and the Romanians have a good advantage over the rest of the field. And Romania, they're using that rate, they're using that press on the legs. They don't use much body lean. The Germans, in contrast, they're leaning a bit more forwards at the catch and at the finish. Slightly different styles here. That higher rating Romanian crew are just sneaking up on the Germans, are using every stroke to take a little bit more distance from the German crew. And now they're vying for that first place.
Stále na první pozici se drží loď Německa, na druhé pozici je Rumunska, která teď lehce dotahuje a loď Německa zrovna tento moment se dostala na první místo. Bohužel česká posádka je už na 5., možná 6. místě, ale jedná se o závodníky. Na háčku sedí Jan Šimkovský, který studuje dokonce 2 vysoké školy na ČVUT a zároveň fyzioterapii na Univerzitě Karlově, tak je až obdivuhodné, že dokáže k tomu tyto 2 vysoké školy kombinovat ještě s tréninkem a závodit na mistrovství světa. So the Romanian seems like right now it works for them much better, higher rate. Yeah, Kat?
Yeah, I've got to agree with you, Jan. It's working really well at this high rate. So they're at 37, the Germans at 35, and that Romanian rhythm, they just tapped it along the whole way down the course. Coming through this last intermediate timing marker, the Romanians will go through ahead. They've got 0.91 of a second advantage over Germany. This combination from Romania, Danciu and Mandrilla in the bow seat, moving so sweetly through the middle part of the race. So 3 boats to qualify. Romania have moved into that first slot, Germany in second, and South Africa in third place. The Danes are there in fourth, USA, Czech Republic. These 3 crews have got some distance to make up now if they want to make it through directly to this AB semi.
Yeah, we said a lot about the first 2 crews, Romania and Germany. Romania is right now building a gap ahead of the Germany. That's the race for, as we say, race for the pride right now. But we didn't mention the third position that much. It's right now the Republic of South Africa is holding this position, which means they would qualify to the semi-final. So still, Rob, rating really high the Romanian pair.
Yes, indeed, and they do look like they've probably got this one in the bag with Germany and South Africa, don't they? I think just too much of a gap now for Denmark, USA and Czech Republic to really put in a serious challenge from this distance.
Rumunská dvojka se jede pro postup, a to konkrétně do postupu do semifinále, protože v semifinále se teprve bude bojovat o finálovou účast a také souboj o zlatou, stříbrnou a bronzovou medaili. Rumuni tedy zatím aktuálně na první pozici, Němci na druhém, závodníci reprezentující Jihoafrickou republiku na 3. místě. Jak si s tím poradí také Dánové, kteří by chtěli postoupit, postupují první 3 dvojky. V tuto chvíli je to tedy tak, že Jihoafrická republika pravděpodobně, pokud se nestane nic neočekávaného, tak také postoupí, ale tohle to je těsný souboj, protože Dánové bojují o svůj postup do semifinále mistrovství světa.
Well, you must never discount these crews. It's dangerous to make a prediction 200 meters out because it did change. First across the line was indeed Romania, second Germany, but a fabulous charge from the Danish crew. They pipped the South African crew at the line. So it is Romania, Germany, Denmark who qualify for the AB semi-finals, and it means South Africa will now contest the C final along with the USA and the Czech Republic, who are working their way down the course. But what a finish from Denmark. Our hats go off to them. It is Denmark, Germany, Romania who go through to the semi-finals.
Přestože dánská dvojka ztrácela na posledním mezičase na 15 metrech 4 vteřiny a 3 desetiny na dvojici, která reprezentuje Jihoafrickou republiku. Přesto to zvládli otočit v posledních metrech a jsou na postupu. Stejně jako Rumuni a Němci, Česká republika je v tuto chvíli na 6. místě.
So after all that excitement, how much excitement will we have now in the repechage of the lightweight men's quads? Czech Republic are in lane 1, Hungary in lane 2. In lane 3, it's Spain with Denmark alongside them in lane 4. USA taking up lane 5 with Ukraine in lane 6. Just 2 of these crews will progress to the A final, where they'll meet France, Turkey, Germany and Italy, who qualified in yesterday's heat. Well, well, well. What can we expect? No dangerous predictions from me with 200 metres to go, Kat?
Yeah, Rob, that one just blew my mind. The previous race, that Danish crew coming through, and again we're seeing a Denmark sitting at the moment just outside one of those qualifying slots, so we can't count them out of making a huge comeback. But here we're looking at the 2 leading crews. It's Spain up there in first place, 37 strokes a minute, really nice tight sculling from them. The USA just behind them in second place, also a really nice unit here, 36 strokes a minute at the moment. The Danish crew, they're off camera, they're about 2 lengths of clear water behind the USA.
Sledujeme opravnou jízdu mužů lehkých vah na párových 4, vidíme už téměř do poslední čtvrtiny závodu. A na dráze číslo 1 máme českou posádku ve složení Denis Pins, Jan Kvapil, Vojtěch Málek a Vojtěch Šanda. Jedná se o mladé závodníky, pro které je to premiéra na mistrovství světa. V loňských letech pouze Vojtěch Málek reprezentoval na mistrovství Evropy a je to pro ně cenná zkušenost. Poměrně dobrým znamením je, že nejsou příliš vzdáleni posádkám na 3. až 6. místě, což jsou posádky, se kterými nejspíše budou bojovat v dalších dnech ve finále B a budou tedy soutěžit o 7. až 10. místo na mistrovství světa.
So the Spanish crew continue to lead here through this final quarter of the race. It's Antonio Diaz Ramos in the stroke seat. Look at those long arms. He hangs off the catch. He's really loose there, using that fluidity right down the boat. They've got 250 metres to go, and they're really under pressure now from that American crew at the top of the picture. The Americans have started their sprint, Rob. The Americans up at 38 strokes a minute with 200 metres to go.
Yeah, and look who's in third place, just outside those first 2 A final qualification spots. It's Denmark. I wonder if they saw what happened to the crew in the previous race. But right now, as you say, it's Spain and the USA who look the most likely to take that A final place.
První a druhé místo, to je důležité pro posádky, které chtějí být ve finále a chtějí se zúčastnit souboje o nejvyšší stupně mistrovství světa kategorie do 23 let. Španělé a závodníci ze Spojených států, to jsou ty posádky, které budou postupovat do velkého finále.
Spain crossed the line in first place, half a length ahead of the USA in second, and Denmark coming home in third. But it is Spain and the USA who will join France, Turkey, Germany and Italy in the A final of the lightweight men's quadruple sculls. The other crews here will contest the B final.
Další obrovské zkušenosti pro čtveřici Denis Pins, Jan Kvapil, Vojtěch Málek a Vojtěch Šanda. Česká republika a 5. místo, pokud se i teď podíváme na výsledkovou tabuli, až za českými reprezentanty, pak Ukrajinci. Španělé a Američané postupují do finále.
We've now got the repechage of the women's quadruple sculls, looking for a place in the semi-finals. Denmark in lane 1, Canada in lane 2, the Netherlands in 3, Ukraine in lane 4. One of these crews will be eliminated from the competition. The other 3 will be safely through to the semi-finals. It can be cruel out there, can't it, Kat?
Yeah, it really can, Rob, and nothing's going to motivate you more than knowing that this could potentially be your last race. You can throw everything at it. There's no need to reserve everything if you're fighting for one of those 3 qualifying spots. And here, through 750 metres, we're riding with the first 2 crews. It's the Canadian crew with that strong rhythm, 36 strokes a minute, and the Dutch just sitting a length back from them. So these are the 2 crews leading at the moment, and hopefully we'll get a look at that battle for the 3rd qualifying slot in just a moment, because it's still pretty tight between Denmark and the Ukraine.
Sledujeme opravnou jízdu 4 párových žen a my můžeme být potěšení, že v této jízdě nevidíme českou posádku, která už včera si zajistila postup do semifinále z rozjížky a kterou zvládli na 3. místě ve velmi solidním čase. Aktuálně tedy by se k nim mohli přidat do bojů o finále A loď Kanady a Nizozemska. A aktuálně na třetím místě tam se svádí souboj mezi lodí Dánska a Ukrajiny. Lépe na tom je aktuálně párová čtyřka Dánska, která má zhruba na náskok 10 metrů na ukrajinskou posádku. So I have to say I'm glad that we don't see the Czech crew in this repechage. They qualified yesterday directly to the semi-final from the heat. But right now at the front is the Canada. It seems that Canada and Netherlands will definitely join them in the fight for the final A.
Yeah, we saw that shot there of them coming through halfway, and there was that huge gap back to third place. So these two crews up the front can be pretty confident of their qualifying slot. So the Canadians have moved a little bit more ahead of the Dutch through that second quarter. They had a 2-second advantage at 500 metres. Through 1,000 metres, they've increased it to 2.5 seconds. So they're holding on to that first place. The Dutch there in second place, both crews at 35 strokes a minute. And here we see how they're moving. We see Denmark are ahead of Ukraine in that third place. My data feed here is telling me the Danes hold on to that third place with a 9-metre advantage over Ukraine. Denmark at 37 strokes a minute, Ukraine 36 strokes a minute. So Ukraine's still in touch here with a possibility of qualifying for the AB semi-final.
Yeah, definitely, Kat. The question remains whether the Denmark or Ukraine will take the third spot that will lead them to the semi-final. And again, it's quite cruel. The last crew from this race will end at this. It will be finished at this World Rowing Championship. But still, in the lead is the crew from the Canada. At the stroke is a Grace Vandenbroek. What a huge woman that is. Definitely really powerful, as you can see at the stroke position.
Yeah, you see her stature in the boat. She's 190 centimetres tall, a tall athlete. She sets up that rhythm really well for the crew. I'm hoping we'll get another shot in close with the Canadians in just a minute, because their sculling style is a really interesting style. You see here in 1,500 metres, Canada still holding on to that 2.5 second advantage over the Netherlands. Absolutely nothing changing in terms of that gap through the third quarter of the race. Here we're looking at that Canadian sculling style. And to me, it's a little bit German in terms of the arms being slightly bent at the front end. They use that to take the weight onto the blades. Different nations having different styles in these crew sculling boats. And we're coming through 1,750 metres now, Rob. Canada are really looking good in that front slot there. But at the back of the field, we're not seeing it on picture. We've got a race here developing for the third qualifying slot.
Yeah, we have now, haven't we? Because Denmark have fallen back a little bit. Maybe they're getting a bit comfortable thinking Ukraine were out of the picture, but they are not yet out of the picture. It's Canada in first, Netherlands in second. Who's going to get that all-important third qualification slot?
Z těchto oprav si jen jedna posádka vytáhne Černého Petra a nepostoupí do semifinále, protože první 3 posádky do semifinále postupují. Ze 4, které teď můžeme sledovat přímo v akci, Kanaďanky si vedou výborným způsobem a dojedou na první pozici. Nizozemky podle všeho jako druhé a ten souboj o 3. a 4. místo. To bude skutečně hodně těsné o 3. postupové místo do finále téhle disciplíny. Pojďme tedy na závěrečné metry, které nás rozhodně teď budou zajímat. Je to ten velký souboj mezi závodnicemi, které budou pokračovat, buď to Dánky, anebo Ukrajinky.
Yeah, it's Ukraine who are going to grab it. Ukraine seal that third qualification spot for the semi-finals, the AB semi-finals, and that's really tough on Denmark, who will miss out. That's the end of their campaign, but a terrific fight put up by them. But that's to confirm. In first place, Canada, second place, Netherlands, and third place, Ukraine. They are through to the semi-finals of the women's quadruple sculls.
Ještě 200-metrovou distanci před cílem to vypadalo mnohem napínavěji mezi Ukrajinou a Dánskem. Nakonec ale poměrně jistě postoupily Ukrajinky, které se před Dánky prvními nepostupujícími dostaly v cílové linii o 4 vteřiny.
We're now into the first repechage of the lightweight men's single sculls. 5 crews contesting this first repechage. Mexico have withdrawn for medical reasons. So we have Serbia in lane 1, Simeunovic, Kadri of Tunisia in lane 2, Tuschenhagen of Brazil in lane 3, Moore of Ireland in lane 4, and Mamadzada of Azerbaijan in lane 5. Paint us the picture, if you'd be so kind, Kat.
It's Colleen to surprise you here, Rob.
Colleen,
hello.
I'm so sorry. I didn't notice you slipping in.
Oh, no worries at all. In fact, I was waiting for you to make a comment about Ireland because I'm delighted to tell the Irish fans that Ireland is leading at 1,000. You've just seen them cross into the second half across your picture. That's Hugh Moore of Ireland. So not necessarily the quickest off the line. That was Brazil, but it is Ireland currently leading. And as we know, it is just 2 to qualify for semifinal A, B, with the remaining crews relegated to semifinal C, D. Holding the second place position, though, is Brazil, and then quite a battle happening in the back. But Ireland, Brazil, a good bit away from the rest of the field. We'll see if they can hold this as they move through the third quarter.
Dalším závodem, který aktuálně sledujeme, je skiff mužů lehkých vah. A opět je to závod, který nás velmi zajímá. Především pak druhá opravná jízda. Aktuálně jede první opravná jízda. Ve druhé opravné jízdě jede český reprezentant Jonáš Friedrich, který je mimo jiné dnes slaví 22. narozeniny, tak mu přejeme hodně sil do tohoto závodu. Aktuální stav první opravné jízdy postupují 2 lodě do semifinále AB. A na těchto pozicích je reprezentant Irska Hugh Moore a reprezentant z Brazílie na druhé postupové pozici. So around 600 meters to go in this race, the first repechage. And Brazil and Ireland quite comfortable at the first and second position, Colin.
Yeah, that's exactly right, Jan, isn't it? So Ireland able to hold their lead at just 32 strokes per minute. They're moving a very similar speed to the Brazilian sculler, but again, they're just a little bit longer in length. Approaching now the 500-meter mark to go, 2 to advance to semi-final A, B, and I'm sure our Irish sculler Hugh Moore would have preferred not to be in the repechage, so perhaps making a bit of a statement here as we come through the final quarter of the race. Brazil, though, going right with him, and then, well, several lengths back to the rest of the field. So I think in terms of strategy at this point, these athletes who are in the rest of the pack, that's Serbia, Tunisia, and Azerbaijan, there's no real reason to try to go for it if they're not quite within striking distance of those first 2 positions. And so it continues to be Ireland then holding on to that first place spot. Brazil in lane 2 with about a length or so separating them, just approaching the final 250-meter mark, not quite yet. We'll see if Ireland has a bit of a sprint in them. Ireland, I think, sort of like the Italians, tends to find these sprints and they're really able to kick up the stroke rate at the end. There's no real need to, though, is there, as we approach the final 250? It's Ireland holding first and Brazil in second.
Yeah, we are almost at the 250-meter mark. So, Rob, how it looks from the tower?
Thank you, Jan. Yeah, it's looking good from the Irish point of view, isn't it? Hugh Moore, as you said, Colin, perhaps feeling like he wanted to make a bit of a statement out there, having to contest this repechage for a place in the AB semi-final, but he's hanging on to that first spot, just ahead of the Brazilian in second.
Tady už opravdu není slabého závodníka, konkrétně v disciplíně skiff mužů lehkých vah. Sledujeme první a druhé místo. Hugh Moore z Irska a také Brazilec, který je na tom velmi dobře, pokud se podíváme na aktuální situace přímo z komentátorské věže, která je na úrovni cílové rovinky, která už půjde ale do svého finále, a to znamená Hugh Moore z Irska na první pozici a Brazilec Pietro Tuchthagen, který si vybojuje druhé postupové místo do semifinále.
Yeah, Moore of Ireland crosses the line in first place, a length and a half of Brazil's Pedro Tuchthagen. Those are the 2 crews who will go through to the semi-finals. The remaining crews will contest the CD semi-finals.
Rozdíl 3,5 vteřiny mezi prvním a druhým postupujícím, tedy reprezentanty Irska a Brazílie, ale oba dva postupují do semifinále světového šampionátu kategorie do 23 let. Tunisan, Srb, Azerbajdžánec, tak to jsou ti, kteří končí na 3., 4. a 5. místě. A v tuto chvíli tedy jsou to ti, kteří nepostupují z 1. a 2. místa do semifinále této kategorie a disciplíny.
Repechage number 2 of the lightweight men's single sculls underway, and only 5 crews contesting this one. I'll explain why in just a moment. But in lane 1 is Sultan Al-Shali of Saudi Arabia. Jonas Friedrich of the Czech Republic is in lane 2. Pedro Dixon of Argentina in lane 3. Ela Lut of Estonia in 4. We're missing lane 5. Joseph Wilbur of Panama is in lane 6. Sadly, Anis Odinaev has had to withdraw, the Uzbekistani athlete. He was a lightweight yesterday. I'm afraid he's no longer a lightweight. And that is perhaps a lesson to many people on how difficult it is to maintain that balance and get the diet right. But I'm afraid he's had to withdraw for not making the weight today at the weigh-in. That's tragic, isn't it, Kat?
Hello, Rob. It's still Colleen. May I call you
Colleen,
Mira?
I'm so sorry. Yes, call me anything you like.
Oh, I'm just kidding. No. It's true. It's a reality in lightweight rowing, isn't it? That it's difficult to make weight, and of course you want to be as close as possible. But it can happen, right? That you make weight one day and not quite the next. So yes, we are missing that sculler. But as we look across at the rest of the field, Argentina up at the front, but just overtaken by Estonia. So that's the battle that's happening at the 750 meter down. A nice push from Estonia. He takes it up to about 36 strokes per minute. Then it is over to, as we'll get a sense of times in just a moment, but it's Estonia, then Argentina, and then it's over to the Czech Republic, then Panama, and then Saudi Arabia. And just one note about Sultan Al-Shali from Saudi Arabia. The Saudi national team, they've secured a ticket to Tokyo after the final qualification. That's Hussein Alireza, one of Saudi's top rowers. So he'll compete in the men's single sculls, but Sultan Al-Shalai will be his substitute at the games. So very exciting to see him here at the Under-23 championship, and a great testament to his training and his speed to be able to put down the race today.
Druhá opravná jízda mužů lehkých vah je jízda, která nás opět velmi zajímá. Na dráze číslo 2 vidíme českého reprezentanta Jonáše Friedricha. Závodnice se teď blíží do poslední 500 tohoto závodu a zdá se, že Jonáš Friedrich nedokáže udržet tempo, které nasadil Argentinec a Estonec, kteří jsou právě na první a druhé pozici. První 2 pozice postupují do semifinále. Jonáš bohužel aktuálně na 3. pozici, ale stále je potřeba tlačit ty 2 závodníky před sebou. Může se stát cokoliv a stále je to nějakých 400 metrů do cíle a mnohé se může stát i v posledních metrech.
And it continues to be Estonia. Again, we saw that nice press from the Estonian sculler at just about the halfway point, and now carrying that through as they move through the last quarter of the race and towards the 250-meter mark. And just a beautiful shot of him here. That's Ilar Lut of Estonia out of lane 4. Not necessarily the quickest off the line, but you certainly don't have to be. So he holds on to first, then it's over to Argentina. That's Pedro Jose Kirk-Dixon, lane 3 out of Argentina. And I think the closest threat to them is really the Czech sculler. They now move then into the final 250 meters. So Rob, over to you.
Very amusing, Colleen. Thank you very much. I do apologise for getting your name wrong. But here we go. It's final stages, as you say, in this race. And it's looking very good for Lut. Remember, it's the first 2 across the line who make it through to the AB semi-final. But it is a really close contest between him and Dixon of Argentina.
Jonáš Friedrich z České republiky není daleko od postupu, je zatím ale aktuálně na 3. pozici, protože stále Estonec a Argentinec, to jsou ti 2, kteří v tuto chvíli si to rozdávají o 1. a 2. postupové místo do Ačkového a Bčkového semifinále. Co se týká Jonáše Friedricha, tak ten půjde do Cčka. To je tedy ten další souboj o další pozice. V každém případě ti, kteří mají možnost bojovat ještě o medaile na světovém šampionátu této věkové kategorie, to je Argentinec Pedro Dixon a Ilar Lut z Estonska, kteří končí v této opravě na 1. a 2. pozici. Jonáš Friedrich z České republiky v této jízdě velmi dobře, ale 3. místo, konkrétně za 7 minut 19 sekund a 93 setin. V tuto chvíli dojíždějí už kompletní závodníci, tak abychom měli kompletní startovní a výsledkové pole také v cíli této opravy. Na 4. místě panamský reprezentant a teď už také číslo 5. Tak v tuto chvíli tedy končí oprava číslo 2 skifu mužů lehkých vah.
Yes, so just to confirm then, Dixon of Argentina in first, Lute of Estonia second. They're the two crews who make it through to the AB semi-final, and the remaining crews through to the CD semi-final. Next race is the first repechage in the men's single sculls, with Burataran of Spain in lane 1. Nicoara of Romania in lane 2 received a yellow card for a traffic violation. Kushtain of Estonia is in lane 3. Vazikevki of Ukraine in 4. And Davronov of Uzbekistan in lane 5. This for a place in the quarterfinals. Colleen.
Rob, just to confuse you, it's Kat back in the commentary box now.
You people, honestly, what are you doing to me?
Oh, yes, we're watching some great rowing though here, Rob, and a fantastic move here from Estonia's Michal Kushtain has just taken him through into the lead. It was Spain's Cosme Burutaran who led through the first timing marker, and this push on in the second quarter from Estonia's Vasilevic has from Michal Kushtain has brought him through to the lead through halfway.
Sledujeme po skifech lehkých mužů, aktuálně skify mužů otevřené kategorie, tedy bez váhového limitu. A zas opět první dvě posádky postupují tentokrát do čtvrtfinále a na těchto pozicích jsou posádky aktuálně na prvním místě je posádka estonská a na druhém místě posádka z Španělska, která si právě drží druhou postupovou pozici v tomto závodě. Česká republika v tomto závodě nepostavila českou posádku, tudíž si můžeme užívat aktuálně sledování estonského a španělského veslaře, kteří drží ty postupové pozice.
Thanks, Jan. It's been a really solid middle part for this Estonian sculler. He's moved out now to almost a length lead over the Spanish sculler, who's in that really distinctive pink boat closest to the camera. So coming through this 1,500-metre timing marker, we'll see what the margin is. My data feed's telling me 0.98 of a second advantage for the Estonians. So it's Estonia, followed by Spain, followed by Romania's Cristian Vasile Nicoara coming through 1,500 metres.
Yeah, for me it's quite a surprise to see the Spanish sculler currently at the second position. I would put my money on the Romanian one, that he would qualify to the quarterfinal. But right now, first position is Estonia, and the Spanish sculler is slowly closing the gap between those two and securing their position, which means his second position, which means that he would qualify for the quarterfinal. Apparently, the Romanian sculler Nicoara can't keep up with those two. So pretty tight, Rob, at the front of the race between the Estonia and Spain.
Yeah, I was keeping a close eye on Romania, though, because I thought he was keeping in touch with that second place. We will continue to watch him closely, because I've been caught out a couple of times today thinking that people have been written off, and their chances certainly hadn't been. But as you rightly say, Estonia in first place, Spain in second, looking good for those quarterfinal slots.
Opět nabízíme pohled z komentátorské věže a v té super nabité kategorii skifu mužů teď také souboj v jednotlivých opravách o první a druhé místo ve čtvrtfinále. Na první pozici zatím Estonec Michal Kushtain, závodník, který byl na prvním mezičase na druhém místě, ale jinak se celou dobu závodu drží právě na první pozici, výborně jede také Španěl. Tak tohle to je první a druhé místo, Estonec a Španěl, první a druhá pozice a postup do čtvrtfinále.
Terrific finish from Cosme Burutaran of Spain, just taking first place ahead of his fellow racer Michal Kushtain of Estonia. So Spain and Estonia, the first and second crews, and they are through to the quarterfinals. The remaining crews will contest the E-final of the men's single sculls.
Španělský reprezentant Burutaran to nakonec stihl na první pozici, protože se o 1,50 dostal před estonského reprezentanta. Nic to ale nemění na tom, že skončili právě na těch důležitých prvních dvou místech a postupují tak do čtvrtfinále.
Repechage number 2 of the men's singles sculls. First two across the line get a place in that quarter-final. We've got Ricardo Boi of the Ivory Coast in lane 1, Goran Mamutovic of Croatia in lane 2, Yanis Timbors of Latvia in 3, and Javier Insfran of Paraguay in lane 4. And Jan, I must ask you, who have you got alongside you in the commentary box?
Yeah, right now it's a cat next to me. Yeah, you have to keep an eye on it. Yeah, so right now we see the middle of the race, and we are again battling for the first two positions that will qualify into the quarterfinal. Currently at the first position is from the Paraguay in Farah Javier, which I have to say, Kat, is quite a surprise for me.
Yeah, I can believe it. We don't see so many scullers coming from Paraguay. I mean, he's travelled a really long way to come here. And in this pandemic time, you know, it's not easy to make those journeys. So to see this Paraguayan sculler up there in front is really interesting development here. And he looks to be in a good position here to take one of those two qualifying slots for the quarter-final. He's got a little bit of clear water advantage over the second-place sculler. And that's the sculler from Latvia. That's Yanis Timbors. Yanis Timbors has held on to that second place the whole way down the course and looking pretty confident at just 30 strokes a minute. It's a reasonably low rate of striking, but he's moving that boat on well. And you can see here riding with the sculler from Paraguay, he's up at 37 strokes a minute. The boat's moving on pretty sweetly for him.
V druhé opravné jízdě mužů právě sledujeme na prvním místě paraguajského reprezentanta Insfrana Javiera a za ním na druhém postupovém místě je reprezentant Litvy Timbros Yanis. Pomalu se blíží do poslední čtvrtiny tohoto závodu, nicméně na třetí pozici je aktuálně chorvatský reprezentant, který určitě ještě v závěru tohoto závodu bude chtít předvést a zabojovat o tu druhou postupovou pozici do čtvrtfinále, nicméně ten rozdíl už je poměrně znatelný. Ztrácí zhruba 3 lodě na aktuálně druhého skifaře, který právě vyjíždí do poslední čtvrtiny tohoto závodu.
Through 1500 meters, and we've just seen the gap there between the second place sculler and the third place sculler. That's that all-important dividing line between the two scullers who will qualify for the quarter-final, and the other crews will go to the E-final. So here through 1500 meters, we see it's still this sculler, Javier Insfran from Paraguay, who's in the lead. He's kept that tempo up high, he's kept it up at 37 strokes a minute. And you'll see here, it's a real contrast to the Latvian sculler behind him, who's at 30 strokes a minute, moving pretty relaxed way, just relaxes off the finish and moves forward. And these two scullers with their contrasting styles are actually moving at exactly the same speed. And it's given them an advantage over the two remaining scullers in the field. So we're coming now to the closing stages of the race. Rob, it's looking good for Paraguay and it's looking good for Latvia.
Yes, indeed it is, Kat. Let me just get a picture of exactly how things are shaping up. Mira is going to take me up. I just had to leave the commentary box briefly, so Mira is going to talk us through these latter stages.
A to je ten dojezd, který nás teď také hodně zajímá. První a druhé místo, podmínky pro postup do čtvrtfinále zůstávají stejné. Vypadáme a sledujeme situaci z komentátorské věže, která je hodně napínavá, ale ne tak, jak by se mohlo zdát, možná po první 500, protože teď už se nám startovní pole hodně oddělilo. To znamená, první a druhé místo postupuje do čtvrtfinále mistrovství světa kategorie do 23 let, kde se dostáváme do poslední 15 minutovky druhého startovního dne. A v tuto chvíli tedy čtvrtfinalisté, kteří budou poměrně naprosto jistí, pokud se podíváme na první a druhé místo. Javier Insfran na první pozici a Yanis Timbors z Lotyšska na druhém místě. Nic se tedy nezměnilo od poslední 500, kterou jsme sledovali, i co se týká třetího mezičasu. První a druhé místo postupuje do čtvrtfinále závodníci, kteří reprezentují další státy a můžeme se tak bavit třeba o Chorvatovi Goranu Muhmatičovi, který skončil na třetí pozici. Ten jde do finále E, to znamená, že už nemá šanci bojovat o medaili na mistrovství světa.
Fabulous. Mira, thank you very much for helping me out. I was just running off to look at the commentary rotors, so I didn't hand over to the wrong commentator anymore. So just to qualify, Javier Insfran from Paraguay in first, Yanis Timbors of Latvia in second, and they are the two crews who go through to the quarterfinals, with the remaining crews contesting the E final. So our penultimate race of the day now is the women's 8, and it's the race for lanes. They are underway with Germany in lane 1, Poland in lane 2, Netherlands alongside them in lane 3, France in 4, the United States of America in lane 5, Romania are in lane 6. So as I say, it's a race for lanes. All these crews will contest the A final, and it is just the most wonderful sight in this sunshine.
Yeah, Rob, it is still me, and it's a wonderful sight coming through halfway here. We've had a battle through this first 1,000 metres between the USA and Germany. Germany were in the lead as they came through 500 metres, but as you see here on the screen now, through 1,000 metres, it's the USA who lead by 0.67 seconds ahead of Germany. Here we see the German crew. There's the bow woman, Katharina Bauer. It's Paula Hartmann in the 2-seat. Moving down the crew here, we'll see the stroke, and there's the coxswain, Nila Erdmann, just looking to her right. She can see the rest of the crews, and she can see the ground they have to make up on the USA if they want to take that win. Currently, Germany sitting 8 meters behind the USA.
Sledujeme předposlední závod dnešního dne. Jedná se o závod 8. Do tohoto závodu se přihlásilo 6 lodí. Jedná se tady opět o testovací jízdu, kdy závodnice, respektive posádky, si můžou vyzkoušet, jaké to je jet na jejich soupeře. A aktuálně na prvním místě se drží posádka Spojených států amerických a na druhém místě posádka Německa. I'm glad to see the German crew in the second place, because I think that during the recent years the German sweep rowing quite struggled to qualify some crews in the senior level to the Olympic Games, so we might see some bright future for Germany.
Yeah, it's a great comment, and it's really nice to see these athletes coming through. They've got 8 really great sweep rowers here, and seeing them through 1,500 metres, they're still in touch with the USA at this stage. And that USA crew have some medalists on board at both under 23 and junior level. In the middle of that boat, they've got Teal Cohen in the 6th seat, Kelsey McGinley in the 5th seat, both of whom have picked up multiple medals in the past, and the powerhouse really in this very strong American 8, and they're still holding a length over Germany as they move through this last quarter of the race. The USA at 36 strokes a minute, Germany also 36 strokes a minute, and you just see there in between them, it's the Dutch crew riding in 3rd place. And with this, the preliminary race, the race for lanes, it's their first chance to race in the regatta, and it gives them a chance to check out the course, and also will determine the lane draw, with the winner taking one of the centre favoured lanes. So Rob, they're coming into that red buoyed zone now, the final stages. The USA have had a really great race here.
They have, haven't they? And it's just one of the great sights in rowing, isn't it? Seeing 6 crews of 8 coming down that course. It is absolutely wonderful. It gets me every single time. But the USA going well, with Germany in 2nd and Netherlands in 3rd, with just not much to go now.
Kompletní složení uvidíme také ve finále v souboji o medaile. Teď se pojďme podívat ale na tom, jak by to mohlo vypadat i podle papírových předpokladů, protože Američanky ukazují výbornou formu. Skrze jednotlivé mezičasy se dostali až do cíle dnešní jízdy, která jim přinesla první místo. Na druhé pozici pak závodnice reprezentující Nizozemsko, a v tuto chvíli bychom měli vidět také německé reprezentantky, ale počkáme si na potvrzení oficiálních výsledků. V každém případě teď už máme první 3 lodě. Spojené státy na prvním, Německo na druhém a Nizozemky na 3. místě.
Yeah, what a sight. Real spectacle that, and what a race too. USA coming home in 1st place in a time of 6 minutes, 22.52 seconds. Just ahead of Germany, 6:26.74 in 2nd place. Then the Netherlands in 3rd, followed by Romania, Poland and France. So we'll see them all in action again on Sunday in the final, when they'll be in their allotted lanes. So to our final race of the day then, and it is that delayed men's pair repechage from a little bit earlier on. It was delayed because of an equipment issue to one of the boats, I believe. So let's just take you through the lineup then, with Slovenia in lane 1, Spain in lane 2, Uruguay in 3, Greece in lane 4, Uzbekistan in lane 5. And a reminder that it's the first 3 across the line who make it into the AB semi-final. And it's our last chance to hear from Jan and Kat today. Kat.
Hi Rob, yeah, final race of the programme today, and really nice race on our hands with 3 crews to go through. They're going to come through halfway, and we've really still got a battle on our hands for which 3 crews are going to make it. So up front here it's Paraguay. They're up at 38 strokes a minute. They're moving really nicely, and then back from them we've got Greece, and it's oh so close for that 3rd place between Spain and Uzbekistan. The crew from Slovenia just sitting a little way back in 5th place. And so 3 crews to go through to the AB semi-final. Here we're looking at the crew from Uruguay. Great to see them, Jan, isn't it, up here at the front of the repechage.
Yeah, what a nice battle for that 3rd position that would qualify to the semi-final from this race. Sledujeme poslední závod dnešního dne. Jedná se o posunutý závod dvojek mužů. Nejspíše byla nějaká závada na lodi, proto se tento závod posunul až na konec dnešního dne. A jsme kousek za polovinou tohoto závodu. Na první pozici posádka z Uruguaye a zatím druhou pozici drží posádka Řecka, ale teďkon španělští závodníci se pomalu přibližují k řecké posádce. Seems like the Spanish crew is right now speeding up and closing the gap between them and the Greece.
Yeah, it's really tight now between these 2 crews. I think Spain are just about to nudge their bow ball ahead. We get a look at this graphic here, and it's giving us the number of meters per stroke, the speed of the 2 crews, and we can see that the speed of the Spanish crew is actually faster than the Greeks, and that's going to take them through into this final quarter of the race. And Paraguay here managing to hold off the charge from both of those 2 crews. They remain in 1st place as they come up towards the 1,500 metre mark. So the Uruguay crew, Rodas Correa and Seawright in the bows. They're moving really nicely together, holding on to that advantage from the very start of the race, right through to 1,500 metres. And that charge you talked about, Jan, from the Spanish, has taken them into 2nd place ahead of Greece.
Yeah, what a nice scene to see the Uruguay at the front of this race. And the 2nd position, we see now the confirmation in the last 500 meters. Seems like the Spain is securing their 3rd spot that would give them the place in the semi-final. And at the 4th place right now, Uzbekistan. But still, it is around 300 meters to go. And we are closely getting in the last 250 meters. And I'm guessing the crews will rate a bit up. Rob, so we are almost in the red boys. Uruguay in the front.
Yep, Uruguay in front, ahead of Spain in 2nd place. Not a huge gap between Spain and Greece there in 3rd. Lovely shot there by ball.
Dvojka mužů tedy, co by poslední závod druhého dne mistrovství světa kategorie do 23 let ve veslování. Česká republika a Racice ukazuje světové veslování a je to vidět také v tento moment, kdy bojujeme o první 3 místa z pohledu závodníků, kteří se budou chtít probojovat do semifinále právě téhleté opravy. Dvojka mužů, pojďme se podívat na ty nejrychlejší. Uruguay, Španělsko a také Řecko. Takhle to vypadalo na posledním mezičase. Španělé jedou velmi dobře, jsou na úrovni 2. a 3. místa. A tak, jak bylo řečeno, tak by to také nakonec mělo dopadnout. Tedy Urugvajci, Španělé a také Řekové by měli postoupit z 1., 2. a 3. místa do semifinále této disciplíny.
Well, that really was a spectacular way to finish. What a terrific race. And so the final figures are Uruguay in 1st, Spain coming home in 2nd, and Greece in 3rd for those semi-final spots, the AB semi-finals. The remaining crews here through to the C final. And just a reminder, that was the delayed repechage of the men's pair from earlier on, race number 62. Uruguay, Spain and Greece going through. So, ladies and gentlemen, that pretty much wraps things up for day 2 of the 2021 World Rowing Under 23 Championships from here in Racice in the Czech Republic. Just one more thing to happen, and you may remember back in race 67, the lightweight men's single sculls second repechage, we told you that Adis Odunayev of Uzbekistan had to be withdrawn from the race because he hadn't made the lightweight limit. The powers that be are actually allowing him to now come down the course on his own to see if he may yet qualify for the next stage. So there is a chance that he still may be able to go through if he has indeed met his weight limit. So Anis Odunayev is coming down the course now for Uzbekistan in the lightweight men's single sculls. We'll keep you posted, but we probably won't know the ultimate result until after the day has finished. So it has been a wonderful day here. I've got Mira alongside me, and the weather has been kind because we had thunderstorms forecast, Mira, but it's been a really good day for rowing today.
Definitely, Rob. It was a great day, and yeah, okay, we'll be waiting for the next preparation. And how was your second day? Tell me the strongest experience from the day number 2 of World Championship Under 23.
I enjoyed seeing a British victory. That's always good. And I was really impressed with some of the Greek boats, actually, early on in the day. They seem to be dominating a lot of the racing. I'd have loved to see a bit more Czech Republic success. Always great to see the home nations. But it's been a really good day's racing, I think. And we've been lucky with the weather. It's been hugely competitive. Always enjoy seeing the 8s out there. And we can look ahead to Friday now. Tomorrow we'll have the reps and the quarterfinals, starting off at 9:30 in the morning with the women's 4 and finishing at 11:30 in the morning local time here in the Czech Republic with the men's 8. We then move into the semi-finals in the men's pair and the women's quad sculls. Those are the AB semi-finals. CD semis will follow those a little bit later through to the middle part of the afternoon. So that's Friday to come. It's got a lot to live up to after a day of excitement and some really high quality rowing out here on this wonderful Labe arena here in the northern part of the Czech Republic.
Třetí den nabídne také skvělé zážitky a to, co můžete vidět v rámci nejlepšího veslování kategorie do 23 let v sezóně 2021, protože světový šampionát to je opravdu jeden z vrcholů veslařského roku. Zítra společně s vámi opět v 9 hodin a 30 minut pojedeme čtvrtfinálové jízdy, ale také opravy. Nezapomeňme společně na to, že budeme už také v souboji semifinalistů jednotlivých disciplín od 9 hodiny a 30 minuty po 12. hodinu a potom znovu se vrátíme ve 14 hodin a 40 minut, tak abychom společně s vámi mohli být v rámci 3. dalšího dne mistrovství světa až zhruba do 15. hodiny a 20. minuty. Hodně nabité startovní pole nejenom dnes, ale také zítra, protože to bude už 3. den mistrovství světa. Ten hlavní souboj, co se týká souboje o medaile, o zlato, stříbro a také bronz, pak přijde na řadu v sobotu a v neděli.